Africa, but we are praying for South Africa, Africa, and the nations of this world. And women of South Africa, arise. This is your set time. You are the gate to the nations, and God has trusted you. Don't be swallowed in your depression. Rise up above the storms, and together as women standing shoulder and shoulder, we can do it. So I'm going to pray for women globally to rise up and layer like Leah and Rachel and build the nation. We're praying specifically to rise up above our obscurities and build the nations. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, this morning, oh God, we come before your throne. We pray, Lord God Almighty, thank you for such an opportunity. Thank you for giving us such governments, oh God, who can give us opportunities to come and pray to you. Even as we begin this Women's Day, oh God, we pray for your Holy Spirit to begin to move in this place. Touch each and every woman above all our challenges, oh God. It is the desire of our hearts that in the challenges in the education sector, challenges in the climate change that we're experiencing, challenging in all types of injustices in the health, in economy, it is our prayer that you open our eyes to rise up and build and change, oh God, all injustices. Even as we begin this day, thank you for the spirit of peace. Thank you that none of us will live the same. All of us will live. This is not just for us here, but it extends, oh God, to the whole continent of Africa, to all other continents. As this is the global platform this morning, we prophesy, my God, that every law of injustice changes right now. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord, that this day is blessed. This day, my Father, is going to add value to us. In Jesus' name, amen. We can give God a clap offering as we sit down.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Mhlongo. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. No, thank you very much, Dr. Mhlongo. That was really inspiring. Of course, we must acknowledge that we have different belief systems here. And uNkulunkulu emanjalo. Of course, we must acknowledge, like you've said in this space, that we must acknowledge the women who fought in the 1956 against the systemic imbalances, fighting against the past laws, and also acknowledge the women in 1959 who were part of the Palkatomena, riots, because they were deprived an opportunity to sell their beers or umqombothi to make money for themselves. So amadoda were working in the mines, so they had to make sure that they feed their children at that time. So it's important that we acknowledge those who've led before us and who have laid the foundation for this ongoing struggle that you are dealing with as abantu besifazane. Thank you very much. I am going to now call upon DDP's Executive Director, Dr. Paul Kariuki, to come and open the session for us as our founder. Can you please give him a round of applause as he comes to the front?
Good morning, colleagues, members of parliament, our Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Madlopha, the Chairperson of the Women Caucus, and all ladies in this room who represent the different sectors, from media to communities, activism, education, and all other sectors that come to support this celebration that we value very much. And as I've been taught, all protocols observed. In this room today, ladies, we are honored to have such a diverse audience, because the nature of the work that we do as an organization is to ensure that every voice is heard. And so in this room, not only do we have members of parliament from the Women Caucus and the legislature, we also have women who are working in different sectors in community development, in academia, research, in media. So it's a full house in the sense that everybody who needs to be here as a woman who needs to celebrate their victories, they are in this room. And I would like you to give yourself a round of applause for accepting the invitation, because it takes a lot of courage to be in a places where we can be able to challenge ourselves to look back and see what we can be able to do together. And so because my time is very limited, it's not my day, and I'm under the command of Balenji. So I'm going to be straight to the point, first of all, to acknowledge that it's an important day also for the DDP as an organization that really appreciates the value that women bring on board in terms of shaping the society that we want to live in, to build the Africa we want, and more importantly, a nation that is able to bequeath an inheritance to its generation and the future ones that will come by. And so we are committed to any initiative that will promote the leadership of women in different societal spaces, that will promote gender equality, that will also close the gaps of inequalities that we know in this room that affect women more adversely than men. And so our hearts as the organization is to continue to create opportunities such as this one that we have, not just because it's an International Women's Day, but every day is a day that we want to see women making progress in whichever spaces they inhabit. And of course, we cannot do this alone as an organization, but we look for partners like yourselves to be with us in this kind of a journey where we challenge ourselves, we challenge the norms that exist in the society that continue to limit the opportunities for women to advance in their careers, in their societal leadership, and other things that we think is important for them to do. And so on this International Women's Day, our hearts is to acknowledge that there's been progress that has been made, but there's still more to be done. And we believe that you've come into this room with the same conviction, that together we can make things happen for all women, not only even those who are in this room. As by the way, this event is being live streamed. So there are so many other colleagues that are online because we couldn't get everybody in the room. We were oversubscribed, and we can only handle such a number of women in this room. And so even those who are joining us online, we want to notice that we appreciate the value that they bring on board, as well as understanding that we can only do these things that we desire to do and the conversation we're going to have in this room if we can join our hands together. The journey is long, but it's a winnable journey. I thought you would shout for that. It's long because we are still confronting biases that keep on silencing women from advancement. It's long because we're still fighting the three triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and exclusion. It's a long journey because there is still a very strong sense of patriarchal mindset in our society that seeks to belittle the worth and the value that women bring on board. It's still a long journey because women are still segregated according to their capabilities, their color, their religion, and all those other isms that put women on the periphery. So having said that, what's our challenge? Our challenge is to recognize, first of all, the journey that we've traveled so far. And secondly, explore the opportunities that we're continually being presented before us, either by the national government, by provincial government, local government, and the ones we create ourselves, the invented spaces, so that we can make sure that the struggle that we're still in together is inclusive. And lastly, to remind ourselves, if we don't do it, who will do it? Thank you very much. Enjoy our hospitality.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Paul. We really appreciate the work that you put in to make sure that this work continues. So I'm going to invite everyone to stand as we are going to sing the women's anthem. You do have a copy in your tables, so can you please stand? And colleagues, please assist with playing the women's anthem. Can you please try as much as you can to sing along the anthem? All around the world, are longing to be free. No longer in the shadows, those who stay behind, but sides with sight, equality. sing a song everywhere, living around the world and never cease. Sing a song, women everywhere, equality, development, and peace. Remember these silence when all around the world. We sing out for justice. So sing a song everywhere. Let it sing around the world and never cease. Sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. Women now are working to build a better world where the love of peace can rest on every shore. Where men lay down their weapon, there to love and share, and people win to bring another fall. Development. Sing a song everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. So sing a song women everywhere. Equality, sing a song women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. Thank you. You may sit. We, of course, apologize for our technical glitches. Siyayazi technology, buibe nomonyana, ifuna. So thank you very much for that. I think nami ngifundile about this anthem. This is an anthem that we need to sing and make sure that women outside the space get to sing along this beautiful song. Thank you, colleagues. Now we are moving on with the program. We're going to be having an opening remarks from Honorable Madlopha, who's the chairperson of the Multiparty Women's Caucus, a woman who started, engaging with the DDP as a civil society space. Could you please give her a round of applause as she walks in? You know, you've persevered for a long time to make sure that the KZN Legislature's Women Caucus lives. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Good morning. Good morning, phenomenon women. I don't know whether men are also phenomenon, but we are all. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who help us make this event come together to become a success. I want to acknowledge and greet Honorable Speaker of the Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, one of the phenomenon women who contributed immensely for the success of today. They are actually twins. There is a twin next to her. So they support us as Women's Caucus, the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Tembe. Next to her, I want to acknowledge my dear sister, the Deputy Chief Whip of the Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, another phenomenal woman. I want also to acknowledge our partners as Women's Caucus, the partners Dr. Paul, we will never, together with the chairperson of DDP, my sister Devi, we will never forget the support that we get. When we started meeting in the legislature, talking, and then phoning again when we started this partnership. But Dr. Paul was in the forefront of supporting us. I think DDP in South Africa is one of the organizations that really supports women. You know, I was thinking that CEO is a man. Maybe we are not going to get the support. He goes out of his way, even fundraising for us. We went to Zim, we went to Malawi. We came here for the summit last year, I think October, if I'm not mistaken. But there was a summit that was here that was led by our speaker. They were with us. Malawi was here on visual platforms, but Zim were together with us. We will never forget the support we are getting from DDP. And we pray that DDP keeps on doing the good job as Multiparty Women's Caucus. We want to acknowledge our pastor, the friend in Christ, Dr. Jones. She left the surgery. She's a pastor. But when she was invited, she said, I will organize. I need to pray with the women. We are saying to you, keep up the good work. You are not saying that because you are a medical doctor, you can't mix with us as ordinary women. So we really appreciate. Distinguished honorable members of the legislature, we will not forget you. You work very hard. You support the support that Multiparty Women's Caucus have amongst ourselves. It shows the success of this event today. So we appreciate, we will continue working together. And what we promote is that as women in the legislature, we must not look where that particular person come from, which church and what, but we work together. We are open to the suggestion to strengthen the Multiparty Women's Caucus in KwaZulu-Natal. I want to thank you for electing me unopposed by all the political parties in the legislature to say we have to work together. So thank you very much. I will try my best to work with all of you, as I usually do in the previous term. I work with all the women in the legislature and open for suggestions that are coming. You know, I can't finish the legislature if I can't greet my sister, Nerusha Naidu. She was running up and down, coming to me. What do you want us to do, Chair? What do you want us to do, Chair? Thank you very much for the support. And I think in the next coming events, we will be more organized, Dr. Paul, in a way that we are not going to trouble you when you have worked very hard to make this day a success. So thank you very much, my sister. We have got our partners in the municipalities here, the councillors from eThekwini. I want really to thank them very much. They were invited on the last minute. They got the invite on Monday, but they said they will make sure that they will come and join us. We want to make partnership and work together. In the legislature, we don't discriminate because you come to that organization. We want also all our municipalities to strengthen a Multiparty Women's Caucus, work together. There are common things that affect us as women that we can, discuss and then raise it in the council to the things that affect us as women, because it doesn't matter which political party we are coming from. It doesn't matter which race we are coming from. As women, we are still having challenges that are common, that we have to join hands and work. To the NGOs that we always work with, Dr. Paul, thank you very much also for inviting them on the last minute, and they took a call to say that they are coming to be with us. I want to first the support that we are getting here. Distinguished guests that are here, that we have invited, thank you very much for accepting our invitation. I think the speaker was busy with this opening, the office of the speaker, all these things. But when you were invited, distinguished guests, you just come and not complain that it's a last minute. But I think next time will be coordinated in a way that you'll be invited on time so that we can have more women that would have been here if we invited, because we want the women from all the walks of life, all the walks of life. That's why we invited different sectors of women that are here. To our panelists that are here, we also appreciate your acceptance of our invitation, even though it was on, but the panelists, it was longer than the politicians. It's only the councillors of eThekwini, because there are certain protocols that we have to follow. So thank you very much for taking the opportunity. We want to say to all of you, as Dr. Paul has indicated, said welcome. Having appreciated all of you, honorable guests, honorable guests. We are used to say honorable in the legislature. I know that we have got our panelists here. Professor Kunet, thank you very much. I know that sometimes we just say to you, come, and then you come. You never refused the things that is affecting women. I remember the forums that we have attended. Others were talking about equal pay for equal job that you were leading. So thank you very much. All of us from today, we will be working together as partners. If eThekwini is having something for Multiparty, they will invite us as legislature. We are going to all other municipalities, but we have started with our metro because there are so many women in the metro. I know that we are about 70, if I'm not mistaken, women. Colleagues, as I continue with this, I already declare this event a success, for I felt and still feel the passion and tremendous efforts in the past days by women from all over the world to shape the equal future where women and men occupy equal standing in all spheres of society. My thanks go to all of you who are here, who has made this event to be a success because of your presence. Colleagues, I know that as we gathered here today, as I stand here, I have a feel for the women in those countries that are infected by wars, like Gaza, like M23, DRC, Rwanda, and many more countries where women are bearing the brunt of these wars that are taking place. And I think as women, as we gather here today from all the walks of life, we must work together. We must have a solidarity with those women that are sleeping in the forest. Others have died, others are under that are being taken there. I think colleagues, and also the women and the children that has been destroyed by the floods in our province and all other provinces, I think it deserves that we stand and observe the moment of silence in remembering those women that are suffering severely because of the wars that are taking place, in particular in our continent. Let us observe the moment of silence. May their soul rest in peace. Amen. Amen. Honorable members, this year we mark the 30th anniversary of Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. As we all know, this formed an amazing blueprint for the rights of women and girls worldwide. It aimed to guide governments to develop policies, programs that will impact significantly on various aspects of women's lives. Against this background, colleagues, I will also deal with the overview of the 2025 theme for our International Women's Day, which I quote, "For all women and girls, rights, equality, and empowerment," close quote. Ladies and gentlemen, central to this theme is a call to embrace humanity in its entirety, with no exclusion of anyone. A clarion call to empower women, girls is their adolescents, and a future with women in leadership to drive everlasting social change. It is my view that this theme challenges the outdated and persistent view that men should wield power and that women must take a subordinate position in every sphere of society. We must challenge this view and discourage all forms of patriarchy as we seek to build society that is based on equal opportunities for all. Quoting from UN Strategic Plan 2022-25 document, and I quote, "The year 2025 is a pivotal moment in the global pursuit of gender equality and women's empowerment, as it marks the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action," unquote. Indeed, this theme makes a call to all of us to engage to challenge all forms of discrimination, to dismantle patriarchy, to elevate voices of marginalized, especially rural women. The view that remain the second-class citizens must be eliminated in the minds of all women so that we can realize inclusive access to opportunities in education, in the economy, and leadership positions. We cannot do this alone. We are asked in this 30th anniversary to appeal to leaders to act and invest in promoting women's rights and gender equality. This is a call for action and investment in creating equal society. It is therefore my appeal to women and men in leadership position to join us in the fight, and when they join us, humanity shall win. All those that are holding position. It can be women, it can be men. If all of us, we come together, we fight, I think humanity shall win. Because women's rights are human rights. So coming together, in particular those that are in position, we tend to forget when we are giving position to draw other people that are below to our level. We make sure that we stamp on them so that they will never grow. So today we must challenge that. I think when the pastor was talking here, he talks about challenging the status quo. So we must do that. And we also appeal to our male counterparts to join us in the fight of this inequality that is affecting in particular women and girls. Colleagues, the call for action in this year's International Day for Women directs us to continue the fight and challenge the outdated and persistent view that men should wield power and that women must take a subordinate position in every sphere of society. The Women's Caucus challenges this view and discourages all forms of patriarchy as we seek to build society that is based on equal opportunities for all. Maya Angelou says, and I quote, "Do not allow anyone make you inferior without your consent." I want to repeat this. Do not allow anyone to make you inferior without your consent. That's how we suffer as women. We allow all those things to be made inferior so that you cannot perform, you'll find that some male counterparts will make sure that you don't perform. Whatever you do, they will be on the way to block you. So we must not allow that to be made inferior without our consent. Honorable Speaker, we must refuse to be silent. We know that you are also a woman that is leading a big institution. Don't allow to be made inferior. Refuse to be silent. We are stronger together. Equal rights for all. That's what we must say from this house. Realizing women's rights for equal future. If we respond to the call for action, we will be championing the advancement and promotion of the rights of women and girls. The theme further suggests, ladies and gentlemen, that we foster empowerment of women and girls. Empowerment of women and girls is critical during our lifetime to make a difference in the lives of the girls, as mothers, as sisters. So we must really make sure that empowerment of women and girls are not compromised. Inclusive access to opportunities such as education, empowering women to take on leadership position in corporations, in government, in society in general, will be the key indicators that we are winning the struggle to free women. Ladies and gentlemen, I touched on the overview of IWD theme. I now wish to say something in the Beijing Declaration. With Beijing Declaration, indeed, we have traveled 1,000 miles in the journey of seeking ways to empower and emancipate women. It is reported that in 1999, the declaration was signed by 189 governments. This meant that numerous programs, policies, and laws were passed by all these countries in their respective lands or in their respective countries to make an impact of women's lives. This meant that these governments have to rethink economic and social policies and reevaluate what needed to be prioritized for women in their planning. This meant that transformative policies on livelihoods, care, and the environment that are needed to build a more equal and sustainable future will be explored. This meant that developing specific policy pathways, tailored political strategies, and financing for women were at the center of discussion in this government so that meaningful impact can be felt by women. With the Beijing Declaration, it meant that putting gender equality, social justice, and sustainability will be at the center of the discussions to free all women in these countries. Having said all of this, the greatest question, ladies and gentlemen, is, do girls and women feel and realize the impact of these actions by their respective governments? No, ladies and gentlemen. I maintain that there remain inadequate efforts to address the various challenges faced by women and girls. It is my view that the struggle remains far from over. In fact, when tracking progress on gender equality, the data available on Sustainable Development Goal 5 on gender snapshots suggests that, and I quote, the world is not on track to achieve gender equality by 2030. The time to act and invest in women and girls is now. close quotes. What this tells us, ladies and gentlemen, is that the road ahead is still very long. And unless we listen to the call for action and take action, gender equality will remain an illusion and never attained. I conclude, honorable colleagues, by saying we must act now to remove the prevalence of discriminatory attitudes and gender-based stereotypes that perpetuate gender inequality. Governments, private sector must demonstrate their commitment to deal with widespread, deeply entrenched views that contribute to unequal society for introducing legal framework to promote and enforce gender equality. Colleagues, siyafisa ukubonga sishamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal. Sifisa ukubonga nemedia, our partners, ukuthi they are always with us when we meet as multi-party women's caucus to take the issues that we are sharing as women to try and come up with a program of action to say, what is it that we are doing with the gender-based violence? What is it we are doing with the hate speech? I know that Honorable Speaker started something that other people was not easy to start, LGBTQIA+, to say they are also human beings. I think as women, we must protect all the rights of other people, not only us as women, and all those that are being affected. Colleagues, I made a call to you to say, let us join hands, let us have solidarity with those women in those countries that are affected by war. Honorable Speaker, siyabonga kakhulu, no Deputy Speaker, the support that you gave us. Kabazela, sibonga kakhulu, uhlale unathi la ngazo zonke ikhathi uma ngabe kufanele ukuthi sizokwenza umsebenzi. Sizocela ukuthi uqhubeke nje ngizosukuma mase ku speaker. Ngizocela uqhubeke Kabazela. Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you so much for your presence and also supporting this program.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madlopha. Siyabonga kakhulu umsebenzi wakho owenzayo. Uyasigqugquzela kakhulu, ikakhulukazi abantu besifazane abasebancane ukuthi silwe nalama gender imbalances akhona. Indeed, humanity shall win. Njoba kade eshilo no Dr. Paul ukuthi the journey is long, but you can still win. Thank you very much. I'd like to introduce Dr. Devi Rajab, who's the chairperson of the board for DDP. Thank you, Dr. Devi Rajab, for the work that you've been doing and making sure that the women's work in the organization is budgeted for. And I think we started 8 years back to ensure that we extend this work to our communities and have dialogues with women in the rural areas especially, so that they become part of these conversations. So I'd like for you to give her a round of applause as she comes forward to give us a message of support. Dr. Devi.
I'm aware of time constraints, and when I got preparing this talk, I ran away with it. So please pardon me if it's a little on the longish side, but I'll try and get it really going. I want to say what a pleasure it is for me to be here with you this morning and to hear these very illustrious speakers before me. Today, we are very proud as an organization because we promote or try to promote democracy at a regional and a national level, and particularly relevant in this year's International Women's Day for all women and girls in their quest for equal rights and empowerment as citizens of this globe. In April this year, we're going to get a delegation of young Afghani women who have escaped the Taliban, landed in London, and are coming to South Africa to ask for our help over an issue of what they call apartheid, gender apartheid. We in South Africa are saying apartheid is our word. we can't talk about gender apartheid, but it's pretty much accepted now that there's a new concept of gender apartheid. Anyway, our current, I think that we need to see where we are as women in a current geopolitical situation. And the climate of uncertainty orchestrated by Trumpian and autocracies between capitalism and communism, where ethnic conflicts have led to genocides, racial targeting, and full-scale wars. What we are currently experiencing is an anarchic style of leadership controlled by big men with heavy pockets, little for the poor, little for the weak, and most of all, the downtrodden, like women, are obliquely kind of left off. In the context of white supremacist outlook, a Western outlook. And we in Africa need to understand that that gap between the North and the South is getting so big that we may find we can't catch up, so to speak. So I think that's what we need to think. There is urgency. In America, we find that the Zionist lobby controls all institutions of higher education, making dissidents into criminals. Facts and morality are bent with compunction, and democratic values are no longer heeded. Might is right has become the order of the day. In times of war and economic crises, the people who suffer most are women and children, our biggest casualty. Trumpian politics of the Wild West has affected us directly in South Africa by shutting down US aid to the rest of the world and withdrawing PEPFAR funding from South Africa. So it left us in an actual doldrum. We've had to stop research literally overnight and send women who've had vaginal insertions, take it out because the research project has come to an end. Race, nationality. Do you think Jewish women and Arab women will get together? Religion. Do you think Muslim and Christian women and Jews are going to easily cross the barrier? Ethnicity, Zulu, Xhosa, whatever. And socio-economic privilege. Rich women, poor women. Baby Moore says, your pain ain't like my pain. And I think that is a very crucial area that distinguishes women very easily, and we need to try to overcome that barrier. In the US, the president has ruled against abortion, thus placing women no longer in charge of their own bodies. The US has also ruled against LGBTQ legislating that there are only two genders, the sex identity, only two sex identities, rather, yeah. So in demoralizing transgender people and restricting medical care to them, can you imagine how bad it is? So in light of these retrospective steps, we in South Africa can claim the moral high ground for our progressive laws. The fact that the Afghani women are coming to us. So we are somewhere. Indeed, we are a constitutional democracy, which makes it better for us as South African women to work within a paradigm of constitutional safety. Today, we have amongst us KwaZulu-Natal legislators. We're so proud. We've heard them today. Councillors. I mean, they're standing a block high above the men I know. They will deliberate on strategies today and plans of how we could make a difference in this province. That's what we're about in the areas of education, liberation, and empowerment, of how we can improve the lives of all our girl children and how we can bridge the gap between the rich and the poor, white and black. But let us look today at some of the issues that we faced with. The Economist recently said that there are three essentials that any developing country needs to be aware of, and that is freedom, which I think we have, knowledge, which you don't have too much of, and women power, which we don't actually, right? A society that does not treat its women as full citizens wastes its potential resources. So it's not even about psychological oppression. It's about wise economic decisions. How can a society prosper when it abuses or stifles half of its productive potential? Ultimately, it makes good economic sense to bring the other half of the potential labor force on board. When you educate a girl, you educate a family. But this simple wisdom appears to be largely ignored because there are 600 million adolescent girls in developing countries, but they are largely invisible to the world at large. Included amongst them are girls affected by armed conflict, domestic violence, HIV/AIDS, sex trafficking, and internal displacement, as well as girls heading headed households or locked in early marriages. To ignore this is to miss the girl effect, which could be an unexpected answer to the global economic crisis. It is said that you can judge the caliber of a nation by the way in which it treats its women and the way in which it cares for its children. Look at our schools today. Look at our hospitals. Do we really care? Sadly, South Africans, even with the best constitution in the world and a legislative overall that safeguards women's rights, cannot eradicate the scourge of violent pandemic towards the female sex. Daily, our women and children are at risk at the hands of husbands and brothers and uncles and strangers and fellow workers. From the boardroom to the boudoir, women are being violated in various ways. Rape, molestation, domestic violence, sexual harassment, and we experiencing this and child rape. Women can never escape their bodies, and how we dress also is an indication of our vulnerability. Rape and sexual harassment are intrinsic parts of our identities, so much so that an infant before its first birthday and grandmothers at 80 are not immune to sexual molestation, is indicative of how society views us. We are viewed firstly solely in terms of our genitalia. In South Africa, child abuse far surpasses any other country in the world. I think you need to focus on that. According to the WHO, gender violence causes more deaths, can you believe that, and disability amongst women than even the war situations. So although the international community has gone on record against gender violence, the battle is only beginning. In her book, Fire with Fire, Naomi Wolf says, against women, we are in the midst of a civil war against gender. And currently, ladies, we, or sisters, I think, we are witnessing an important case of power dynamics in the workplace. The tribunal, which is currently investigating sexual harassment allegations against Eastern Cape Judge President Selby Mbengenwa, against Andizwa Mengo, a lowly clerk, is currently engaging our nation. And I think you need to deliberate on that. look at what is happening at that tribunal, because this case needs your support. This case encapsulates the entire issue of male domination in society. My daughter is working on that case, and I know it kind of intimately, but she herself, as a senior counsel, is faced so strongly pitted against male senior counsels, and that in itself tells you something. So while organizations lobby against the scourge at a national level, the transition of these efforts to day-to-day actions needs the participation of the man in the street and in the workplace. We cannot deliberate. Einstein says, if you do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result, then you're an idiot. And I think that that's what we need to do today, deliberate on a different strategy. So the first thing we say, if every father, if every son, if every brother and husband and boy child would take arms against this malaise, perhaps the poor woman suffering in the confines of her prison bedroom would begin to feel the effect of a positive movement. Ladies, someone said earlier, we cannot work alone. We need the men. As the world unites us, and men like Paul, we should duplicate them 1,000 times. Anyway, yeah. But as the world unites on this International Women's Day, let us challenge our men, challenge them to pick up the gauntlet and eradicate the shame that their sex now, represents. Let every man speak, push them in the front through the chain of support, create circles of harmony among men and women. But lest we see ourselves as helpless victims, we need to remember the legacy of powerful women who came before us. Today is that special day to celebrate the power of women, because when women get together, it is said that anything and everything is possible. We are the hands that rock the cradle, the ladle that feeds the families, and the rock that sustains communities. Today, I would like to pay tribute to you, every one of you, for having overcome this obstacle of gender discrimination, which is so endemic in our society, to be what you are today. I want to pay tribute to you for having emerged glorious in all your endeavors, be it in the home or in the workplace. You are a central part of this nation. There is a simple blue dress that hangs proudly in the Constitutional Court of South Africa. It tells a profound story of the strength of one woman and of many women in South Africa today. So lest we see ourselves as victims, let us remember these stories. Emerging from the TRC is a very touching story of the bravery and the fortitude of a lesser-known hero of our struggle, Pila Ndwandwe, who was tortured and kept naked for 10 days and then assassinated in a kneeling position. Her crime was her silence in a refusal to give evidence against her fellow comrades. Before she was killed, Pila tried to preserve her dignity by making a pair of panties for herself out of a blue plastic bag, which her executioners finally gave into. Her body was found naked in a shallow grave with a thin piece of plastic still covering her private parts. Judith Mason, an artist, was so moved by her tragic story that she made a dress of blue plastic bags on which she inscribed, "Sister, A plastic bag may not be the whole armor of God, but you were wrestling with flesh and blood and against powers, against the rulers of darkness, against spiritual wickedness in the sordid places. Your weapons was your silence and a piece of rubbish. Finding that bag and wearing it until you were disinterred is such a frugal, such a commonsensical, housewifey thing to do, such an ordinary act. At some level, you shamed your captors, and they did not compound their abuse by stripping you a second time. Yet they killed you. Memorials to your courage are everywhere. They blow about in the streets and drift on the tide and cling to thorn bushes. This dress is made from some of them. The celebration of Women's Day today is about recognizing that although we've had a sad history of oppression, we now have a rich legacy of outstanding women like you. Post-apartheid has inadvertently produced. In their struggle for women, for freedom, women led the way and they fought bravely alongside their men, even in areas where men were afraid or reticent to go, such as challenging the past laws. They were unafraid to do so. Indian women too have a proud history of fighting for their rights when Mahatma Gandhi called them and they came at his bidding in protest against the defiance and immigration laws. So many women went to jail. But since then, there have been outstanding women such as Adelaide Tambo, Ruth First, Helen Joseph, Barbara Hogan, Fatima Mir, Helen Suzman, Amina Kachalia, Shanti Naidu, Victoria Ngenge, Lillian Ngoyi, and many others. Our wealth lies in this human capital. Today, we need to derive our strength from these great examples of outstanding women in the field of art, in the field of music, literature, and science. Nadine Gordimer, Miriam Makeba, Olive Schreiner, Emily Hobhouse, Sanile Sutu, Irma Stern, Maggie Laubscher are random examples of the richness of our wealth. What message do they leave us? What message did we get? The first message that we got was non-racialism. They came from all racial groups to fight for the cause of non-racialism. The second message, they came from all religious groups, Muslims and Christians and Hindus and Jews. Remember that in our prayer, that we have to acknowledge everyone. Thirdly, they came from all social classes. The rich mingled with the poor. And they also came from all different groups. Young girls joined their mothers. The message is they led themselves and they were their own spokespersons. With such a legacy, why are we taking so long to emancipate ourselves as South African women? And so my challenge to you, my dear sisters, is given all of this, a democracy is like a new aircraft, only as good as its pilot, and you are those pilots. With good, astute, moral, and ethical, responsible leadership, we will all be safe passengers. So my challenge to you all as city councillors and legislators and professionals, go
Recording stopped.
I think
Recording in progress.
I will be having the archives for all those important speeches from the beginning when the pastor was opening. All those vases are going to make us strong. The one for change. Now we will request the twin for the speaker. Honorable Tembe is one of the young women, Honorable Tembe, who was passionate about women's caucus. You know, she never absented herself in the meetings that were heavy. Even if when we were going, she was part of us. She liked this thing. She's a product of a multi-party women's caucus. Can we invite her to introduce the speaker, Honorable Tembe? Thank you so much.
Wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Dr. Jones, Dr. Paul, DDP, to the MPLs, colleagues, councillors, stakeholders. I will say protocol observed. Mine is just to introduce the speaker, but I was reading an article this morning that made me very angry. One of those things that we do when we take 10 steps forward and we take 20 steps back. This article was just about how women are still wronged. Just to state or to quote the article from The Citizen, is in parliaments around the world, female representation has more than doubled since 1995, but men still comprise about three quarters of parliamentarians. The number of women with social protection benefits increased by a third between 2010 and 2023, though 2 billion women and girls still live in places without protection. Gender employment gaps have stagnated for decades. A total of 63% of women between the ages of 25 and 54 have paid employment, compared to 92% of women in the same demographic. So colleagues, all I can say is we still have a long way to go, and we are not going to be able to do it ourselves. We have to do it as a collective, because we can't be reading statistics like this in 2025. I think we should still be angry, and we should still be picking up the torch and the fight against gender inequality. Just on also a random note, I was speaking to a male friend of mine, saying to him that it's not rare to have conversations with friends and tell them that I know between 1 to 2 friends of mine that either been assaulted sexually or abused. I asked him, how many of your friends have actually been perpetrators of violence? He said he didn't know any. So for me, I think that is also very scary, that we as women know people who have been abused, but men don't know each other as abusers. But I'd like to introduce someone that I think very highly of, even before she became my colleague as the speaker and I became the deputy speaker. Someone who always champions women's rights, LGBTQI rights, gender inequality rights, and anything that is remotely seemingly unfair in society. She was sworn in as a member of the KZN Legislature in 2014, and has been deployed as Deputy Chief Whip and Chief Whip of the ANC in the legislature. During the 5th legislature term, she has represented the legislature in various international delegations, including the CPA, Africa Regional Meeting in Nigeria, as well as the Commonwealth Parliamentarian Conference in Bangladesh in 2017. Following the 2019 general elections, Honorable Boyce was elected as the Speaker of the KZN Legislature and served as the National Speakers Forum Core Business Reference Group. She also led the KZN Legislature delegation to the CPA Africa Regional Meeting in Zimbabwe and Zanzibar, as well as the CPC held in Uganda. She serves as the Project Advisory Group as a chairperson representing the CPA and the associated organizations. South Africa Parliament Institute representing speakers of the sixth term. She has been re-elected as the seven-term Speaker of the KZN Legislature following the 2024 general elections. Honorable Boyce is currently elected to the CPA Africa Regional Budget and Finance Subcommittee representing Southern Africa and is part of the facilitators in the CPA residency for HQ, where she has been presented on the scrutiny of subordinate legislation, presiding over and being part of introducing the Zambian parliamentarian as part of the CPA post-election seminar organization by CPA headquarters. Ladies, colleagues, I have to say I had to shorten that. It's a much longer CV. So I'd like to, with a very warm heart, welcome a champion of all, Honorable Boyce. Thank you.
Mic check. Can you please stand? Malibongwe, malibongwe, malibongwe.
Over to you, Honorable Speaker. We have the other champion, Umakoni Ntumbi. No, I don't know.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Dembe. I know that the Deputy Chief Whip, when you are not here, they call you Max, and I also forget and call you Max at work. Thank you. Thank you to the Deputy Speaker. My greetings to the Chairperson of the Multiparty Women's Caucus, Honorable Hon CQ Madlopha. My greetings to Dr. Devi, the Chairperson of the DDP. I learned that you are a mother to that beautiful lawyer that I've been seeing there, the advocate. I'm glad that our daughters are following in the footsteps of the mothers. To the CEO of DDP, Paul, the Deputy Chief Whip, the members of the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature here and those connected online, the panelists. I see someone that, I will say this, I don't know whether she says it or not. I am serving, there is a subcommittee I serve in. She has been part of the technical team. Technical teams are basically the brains. That was while she still had one master's until now that she's a professor. Part of the panels, my sister, Prof. Halima, to Intokazi Yasemarisbek, the Secretary of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, Umanaidu, to all the, I think I see Jenny somewhere who's representing the PEC of Salga in KwaZulu-Natal. And yes, to the Salga representative in the province of KwaZulu-Natal and the members and chairpersons of the women's caucuses in municipalities throughout the province of KwaZulu-Natal, but particularly from eThekwini. All the delegates, even those from the civil society that are here, we want to greet you. I am having an honor today to speak to you in this session that has been organized through the sustained, maybe isingesi sesimpondo, sustained. Yabona, when it has been long, Doc, the sustained relationship between the Multiparty Women's Caucus and DDP. It's a relationship that predates even us being in the legislature. It comes from the time that Honorable Madlopha was representing the South African Communist Party and her political party, the ANC, in the progressive women movement. She decided to start working with civil society at that age. Wayisemncane-ke. She became a councillor, a deputy mayor in one of the districts at North, but she still worked with DDP. And she saw the benefits of the time and ensured that when she became a member of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, she brings that relationship and negotiated on our behalf. And if we don't clarify that, we might be part of stealing the real work of women, and thus discourage women to innovate and also exercise leadership wherever they go. So I am very happy. I am happy because we started with a prayer that spoke, Doc, you spoke about a verse in the Bible that I will digress and go to. I call that verse differently. I call it the empowering verse. I am sure that even if sometimes we may think that the Bible is and religion is presented to us in a discriminatory and patriarchal manner, I say to that person, hey, you haven't met the book of Numbers. If you've met the book of Numbers, you never went to chapter 27, because that's when warriors were being rewarded. But warriors were also rewarded in a negative way. If you were not fighting for the Holy Army, that would also affect your children. But it is women, the daughters of Zelophehad, who changed that. So I always feel that you started with an empowering verse. A verse that when I was coming here, I also saw it from a different angle, from a woman who was preaching about the diversity of women. I'm sure because where she was, it was not yet about Women's Day. She was preaching about something else. Preaching to those who are Christians about the presence of two women. You must know that even when we're gathered today here, we have two women. There is Mary Magdalene here. There is Mary, the Virgin, the mother of Christ. I know that I'm not Mary the Virgin, the mother of Christ. I am not. But the challenge is that many of us want to be her. I want to say I am comfortable being Mary Magdalene, because Mary Magdalene had a yesterday that she changed. Women have been oppressed in many ways, but it also took women to change and challenge the status quo. That's why I like to be Mary Magdalene. You may know Mary Magdalene. In the words, I don't use the words of the Bible about her, but I use the words of South Africa of democracy. They know her as a sex worker. I don't know myself like that. I know myself as a woman who's Mary Magdalene, but I also don't know her like that. I see her in every woman that is in politics. When I see you, when I look at Sis Makoni, the founding chairperson, the one who lifted our women's caucus as a member in the legislature, but also public participation as chairperson of public participation, I see that it doesn't matter that she might have been a woman who was prior 1994 excluded, but when she was included, she made a difference. I am speaking to women today under that understanding, particularly because the theme calls us to do that. The theme I quote for all women and girls are rights, equality, and empowerment. And this is a call for me to action, for us to unlock equal rights, power, and opportunities for all. And of course, to ensure and guarantee us a feminist future where no one would be left behind. That is also a feminist future that is inclusive. Central to this vision is empowering the next generation, which is youth, particularly young women, adolescent girls, and adolescent girls as catalysts for lasting change. I would go back to the verse that Doc used. It's women who changed, if you are a Christian. But also, I want to remind us that girls have throughout history been catalysts for change. Be it that when they wanted to go and during the time of lack of rains, drought, they would pray and take along Mujaji, the rain queen. It was a woman. Be it how the Zulu nation was founded, at the center, there was a woman. Now, 2025 is a crucial moment in the global pursuit of gender equality and women's empowerment. Because besides it being the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, where it adopted at the Fourth World Conference by 189 governments, that platform remains the most progressive and widely endorsed blueprint for women's and girls' rights worldwide. That platform guides policies, programs, and investment that impact critical areas of our lives, such as education, health, peace, media, participation, economic empowerment, and the elimination of violence against women and girls. When you speak of education and you hear that there are challenges in education, you know that the majority of people that will have a problem with access are young girls, especially those from the rural areas. Be it in areas of health, we are in a democratic era, 31 years into democracy in a month's time, but it's a reality that women's health remains a challenge and a bit lagging behind, Dr. Devi. But importantly, women's health remain a topic not spoken of, because how do you say to people you want to go and have a child through artificial insemination when you are coming from Ward 1 of Umuzu? Who do you tell? Because even the nearest hospital may not understand. When women go through menopause, who do they tell? They bear it in taxes because the next person would say, "Ngicela uvale ifastela, umakhaza." In your own and our own living rooms, we cannot have the ability to open or to install the air conditioner. Yet you know that by 12 o'clock midnight, you will have it. But importantly is that issues of women's health are also raised as issues of shame. As if you are a woman at that particular age, it's because you no longer matter in life. I matter. I know, oh guys, I know hot flashes. Honorable members that don't know hot flashes, I know hot flashes. They make you remember the 7 days that you would have period pains, and you say, "Bring them back, oh Lord." I know hot flashes. But the essence is that that is women's health. When we speak of peace, we know that the most highly affected women in war-torn areas are women. The most affected people are women and young girls. The displacement also comes with a sexualized assault on the rights and dignity of women. I am saying this because whilst we might be having an issue as South Africa and Africa about the DRC, but we haven't found ourselves in a common understanding as women on why we need to have peace in every corner of the world, including here in Africa. We may not find each other on why we need to have peace, including at Gaza, because as women, we have not really looked at how it affects women. How many women have been displaced? How many women have not been able to bury their own children? How many women have watched why their own children were dying before them? Why their shelters were destroyed? Because there's no peace. But also, when we speak of political participation, we always think that when you are a woman that is active in politics, you have no role to be a woman that has a family. I want to say, women that were activists political have always been the women that were coming from the largest of families because there was support given by the family. So in the political participation, for women to emerge, we need support of women. Hear me, and I know that it may not sit well with all of us. Hear me, including DDP. It does not mean that every woman that is a political activist is a progressive woman. Because being progressive or regressive knows no gender. Being progressive and regressive, of course, knows economic empowerment. If you are not empowering women and also educating them to be able to stand in the world, I will tell you that the world of political participation is a jungle, especially for women. But when you have women who unite beyond what divides them, unite on an agenda of progress and of ensuring that Generation Next is brought up in an area that is conducive for the advancement of women's and girls' rights, whereby we will fight together with men relentlessly for women's and girls' full range of human rights, including those who are in the LGBTQIA+, including fighting for women who want to undergo gender-affirming surgeries, be it transition, be it me and others of my age who want to go and have hysterectomy, but be it also women who have challenges and want to have other parts of their bodies to be fully affirmed to how they feel and see themselves. We need to have that. We need women who would be working together to promote the gender equality. Now, beyond only thinking about women, but also understand that the world is having binaries and non-binaries, but also in the binaries, it will mean that we take care of the boy child. Because for as long as we neglect our boys, we will continue to have men that will still be against the agenda that DDP and the Multiparty Women's Caucus stand for. If we fail to teach equality from the level of us as mothers, as we are bringing up children, and not make the girl child to feel inferior to your son because you believe she cannot take the family name forward. I will tell you, go ask my father that. He died in 1995, so you won't find him. It is possible. We must unite to foster empowerment as women, redefine power structures by ensuring inclusive access to education. When we're speaking about inclusive access, it means that we must go back to how the schools that we take our kids to choose the curriculum. Is the curriculum given empowering our kids? The type of employment that our kids are looking for, are they ready for the workplace? Do they differentiate between the workplace and the lounge at home? About leadership and decision-making spaces, because Whenever you become leadership and in a decision-making spaces, no one will have to do you favors. Do we prepare our children by allowing them as they grow up to take decisions about their life? I usually ask parents, umntana makatholi yazi unamajazi mangakhi mabili awu Nkosi yami athini wona hayi awuthi sibonele. So I'm a mother, I don't know what my child was studying. Let's call it. You meet a parent, I'm very old, but you meet a parent, I know that in the 30s now, you have kids at university, it's possible. You meet a parent, my daughter is not finding space. Ubefuna ukuba yi-accountant. Ubenzani? What subjects? I know no distinction. Upase ngo-B. Good. What did she get distinction in? You tell me, I clap hands, very good. What is the total point? You tell me, I say very good. Then what did you say your child want to be? Ngifuna ube yi-CA. I got to ngifuna ukuba ngudoctor. Okay, tell your child to go back to grade 10 and rethink. Choose a better school. It becomes a bit problematic to say that. But we need to arrive at that point. I do say it. But also, I need to say that, you see what I see here. This is not all of wrong. This is a linguist. Lona uzolibulala olukamkabayo. Ulande nge-distinction ngo-95%. Let's go to DUT, let's go to Zululand and put her in the language unit. Now, parents, especially us as mothers, as women, we don't want to hear that because we have not gone beyond that measurement our children on the basis of others. So for as long as we continue to use the tools of the past to develop and support the girl child will not be able to live in the environment that is post-1995. We need to create women that would be leaders relevant to the generation that they would be called to leadership at, even if we may not be there. It is then a call that the Women's Caucus of KwaZulu-Natal has taken and taken it seriously, especially in the 6th term. I remember how they have worked with DDP, not only to develop here, but also to develop caucuses in the Southern Africa. But with that having been achieved, Honorable Madlopha, and the women today, my dear sisters, I say we still have a great responsibility as women leaders in the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, in the municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal, but also in every corner of KwaZulu-Natal. Ours is to ensure that we lead on accelerating gender equality and women's empowerment, which are essential components of human development, basic human rights. It means that we need to focus not only in inclusion, but we need to focus intentionally on the advancement of women's rights and the education of girls, are critical preconditions for effective and sustainable development. With uneducated girls, we are breeding a future of women that will be dependent on men who would be raping them on a daily to survive. We are breeding an environment of women of the future who would teach their girl child that ngoba wakulobola bekezela umshado uyabekezelwa. I have never been married because I knew that I would not fit to the class of umshado uyabekezelwa. I'm not a patient person. It is therefore important that we not only focus inwardly, but must reach out to communities in promoting gender equality. We must do this as members of the legislature first in our constituencies and be able to promote gender equality. I tell you, my sisters, once you start in your constituency where you are working every day, you will have guts to raise it in the meeting of your political party the next time you attend a political meeting. because most discrimination also happens in organized political parties. I am saying this not because I know of an incident directly, but because history have taught us. Isn't it history that taught us that during the Scottish suffrage time, internally political, the women that were there leading, but they still looked down upon the women that were of different color, but also of different capability education-wise. I am making an example of a political party that is not here because I don't know many here. But what is also a challenge that we look on as we move forward is the dependency on international aid. We need to bring a future of women and leaders that would be self-sustained. The leaders to be self-sustained need to know the skills to negotiate, but also the skills to network. I don't want to make an example of a woman that did that for us, but I am compelled to make an example of the Women's Caucus that had been able to undertake various activities where the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature was not necessarily, which one, as class, but there's a cooperation that is mutual benefit, that is the DDP. It's because of the ability to have leadership of that are women in the Women's Caucus that are able to go to a level of making relationships that would benefit the future. Of course, we may not be silent on what we have seen regarding the issues of aid that is targeting in the South African landscape, targeting those that are with HIV and AIDS. Especially in the civil society, those who are working in that space have been severely affected by the decision to end the aid that was linked to PEPFAR. But as we battle with this, we must remember that anyway, PEPFAR was a presidential decision of a president of a particular term. What is important is that it took a man to see that we need aid. We should not then, therefore, band all men in the same category. It might be ended by a man, but this is a program that was started by a man. When this program was started, South Africa was changed because for the first few years of PEPFAR, what they did was advocacy. And we saw a lot of people who infected, witnessing other people being educated and were saved. We saw a lot of people being able to have access to medication, but it may have ended now. We must not cry like when the Xhosa people do when a cow has died. There is a poem that I like called Lament for a Dead Cow. Siyalila, siyalila, inkomo yethu ifile. Then they go on to speak about the cow. The cow's name was Wetu, and it was a cow that was beautiful, if a cow can be beautiful. But the beauty of the cow, when you listen, it's because it provided them with milk and the calabashes were dry. Whilst they were still crying, a young boy came back and told them that the first calf, inkonyane lokuqala lika Wetu, liyazala ezantsi. Meaning that when one door closes, another one is opening, but it needs someone to open it. I want to say that it is women united in action that will open other opportunities of collaboration, because there are other women in the international community who are ready to help, but also there are other women in Africa and in South Africa who are at a position to help ensure that the agenda of gender transformation never fails. Honorable Chairperson, I want to call to you, especially on behalf of the Women's Caucus. This work of opening doors starts with us. It starts with us while we do our oversight work in the respective communities and constituencies. We need to create a platform to teach young women that women's rights are interdependent. Being empowered by finishing education means that they can make meaningful decisions about their well-being, which will open doors and lead to women playing a vital role in the economic participation of our country. Therefore, we need to particularly educate women and societies, including all across genders, about the importance of empowerment in education. We must move away from the notion that education is only measured in terms of how many points or whether you got a B, a D, or C. But education must be about how the human is developed. We must focus in encouraging our younger people to focus on skills building. South Africa needs a skilled nation. And skilled nation is the one that will provide the opportunities of employment that are lacking, because these ones will not need to be employed anymore. But for them to be sustained, they need women parliamentarians that would know that in their budget for every department, there must be a particular gender lens used. We call it gender budgeting, but sometimes we can call it intersection of gender issues in the budget. How appropriations must be aimed to enable the society to live long after we have gone as current generations. If we don't do that, we stand a chance of having enacted laws that will be good on paper, that would be heralded everywhere, but will not transform the landscape of our country. That is what we need. We need to enact laws that would create people that can be able to take not only their households, but also their communities forward. Once every community is taken forward, then South Africa would have been taken forward. Flag of women and the flag of unity and the flag of equality would be flying much higher than any other flag. South African human rights activist Fatima Meer once said they fought, open quote, they fought because they did not want to carry a pass. I carry my pass every day in my heart because as a woman, I can't walk freely on the streets. We can't claim our freedom as women in this country. And so we must continue the fight. We must continue the fight. So our children and the future children do not have to run distances that they should walk. Not have to walk distances that they should be basking in. We must ensure that our future generations are truly emancipated, not by the ballot day. When we go to the voting on the ballot box, we not only emancipate and hear a voice there. We would have people that are emancipated through continuing to fight, through ensuring that the need for education of young women and our youth is accessible to all. We need to ensure that our fight makes a dream valid. It must not count the background of the child. The school that the child attends must not be an issue. It must not be known that because I'm going to that school, I can never be a doctor. I can never be an economist. I can never be an accountant, because the curriculum packaging of that particular school is including things that will not take me to where I want to go. This I am saying particularly to members because you enact laws. After you've enacted laws, what do you do with them? Let's take these laws and explain them to communities, but also oversee them, ensure that they are implemented. We cannot be quiet while schools are still choosing to have many passing rather than many being skilled and educated. We do not want to pass. We do not want a future that has passed. We want a future that is able to live and be independent. That needs a fight. Again, I said that fight I am putting at the door of the Women's Caucus and everybody that is a woman here. We need to continue the fight. Fighting for the advancement of the women's agenda is a daily fight, which will continue until all women across the globe have equal rights, free from patriarchy and inequality. As the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, we value partnerships. We value the partnership with DDP. Importantly, what we value in this partnership, I must say it, is the independence of the Women's Caucus. Because whilst the DDP creates the platform, they do not look down on the mandate of the Women's Caucus. That is the fight that we must continue. The independence of women, the independence of the future, regardless of what they have. They must not be beggars in the future because we refuse to beg now. Our begging now must be different. It must not be a begging that is, let me just touch the hem of your garment. We must beg to make the hem of the garment. We must beg to input, not to be given for free. It must be an exchange. If we do that, the young will know and understand that the International Women's Day is a day that heralds equality, empowerment, and rights of all. It would not matter who they are, where they are, regardless of them not even being women. Even men will identify with the International Day of Women because they would have seen what women who are leaders are doing. I want to emphasize in closing that to be a leader, sometimes you think it's someone else who has been elected. A woman is a leader. You're born to lead. You were called to be a help. I know that some translations say helper. For my reasons, I believe to be help, not helper. There is a difference, because there would be someone who would be at the center. And whilst women are not called for that. Women are called to lead, starting right when they are born. But we need to give our children a chance to lead by developing them, ensure that they get access to all opportunities that we preside over, especially those who are lawmakers. Thank you.
Malingakhokhelwa leli hlomba ke silenze. Hayi somlomo. Mina ngifuna ukuphikisana nesizulu lesithi inyanga yalokhala elaphi. Hey, we do have resource person in our legislature. It's not an affirmative action. Ukule position because she deserves it. As women of KwaZulu-Natal, we must unite. You know, KwaZulu-Natal legislature in a resource people, in particular women. These women that are sitting there from the legislature, given a platform, you'll hear. Somlom, ungadikibali mtakama. Kubeke wenze umsebenzi kahle. Siyabonga thina si Multiparty Women's Caucus. Umenge inyawo kulokhu. Wamange inyawo ukuthi uvale nje into ezovimba ukuthi sigcine singahlangananga. Kanye no Manaidu. Sicishe saba nenkinga. Somlomo siyakukhulekela. Ihhovisi lakho nosomlomo omncane. Because we know how passionate she is. Ngomsebenzi we-Multiparty Women's Caucus. When she joined the 6th administration, she showed the love of Multiparty Women's Caucus, fighting for women, supporting each other. Somlomo, you are exemplary. Mahubela, dadewethu siyabonga. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngiyafuna nje ukusho ukuthi la izinto ayiqali kumina. It did not start with me. Ngimeme umhlonishwa uMakhoni Ntuli, who was a chairperson of Multiparty Women's Caucus. We must remember each other. Ingabi khona lento ukuthi umuntu mangabe sekuseva wena awusakhumbula ukuthi where it started. That's why she's here. Ngicela uphakame dadewethu bakubone useretire usesekhaya. Wayevondla mina ngasebenza naye ngakabikho kwi-legislature. I was not working because I was in the legislature. Being outside as a religious sector, siya kuyena avula iminyango. Multi-party women's caucus, siya kuyena avula iminyango. So those people esibalandelile, ngoba khona abantwana abancane, khona abasilandelayo thina. Ukhulu ukhona wayethe unenye i-commitment. Kunabanye abasilandelayo abancane okufanele bafunde from us ukuthi we don't neglect labo abahambe phambi kwethu, ukuthi njengoba sekukhona mina sengivala iminyaka. I requested ukuthi can you come and see your work, because this work we are doing as Multiparty, I dedicate it to her. Owasinikezela support, samlandela abuye eze ngisho engadini. Hey, kwayengomnye usihlalo lo we-Multiparty Women's Caucus. Eze engadini azothapha amakhosikazi engadini. Siyafisa ukubonga, sik-acknowledge, ngixolise bengilokhu ngibuka lapha, yangibuka la emva kwethu ngingaboni ukuthi uhlele eceleni ngoba sengikubona lithi. Thank you very much for the legacy that you left for us. The foundation you left, sizosebenzela phezu kwayo. Angeke sibukele phansi umsebenzi owawo. Mina I'm that type of a person obasayo abantu besifazane. Yabonga imbuka umsebenzi wakhe ngithi bengabenefit amanye amakhosikazi la. uDr Jones ngimazi eya lapha eMoses Mabhida ungekho mali ehlanganisa bonke abantu, body of Christ. So those people we must partner with, because they give us strength to continue during the difficult time. Siyabonga bafowethu Makhoni awu Mphemba, siyabonga. Wasebenza Ntombi, wasebenza washiya kuthina esikulandelayo futhi sizokwenza sambe enyathelweni zakho. Makudluleka sidlule siye phezulu. Ake simuphi ihlombe udadewethu Makhoni. Bengicele nomama uHappy. Ngiyamazi omama uHappy nomama uGasa. May her soul rest in peace umama uGasa. Umama uGasa wayese parliament, abanye bamakhosikazi abathi mabehlangana bathi akukho kuzoxoxwa singekho thina singamakhosikazi. Lawo makhosikazi siyawakhumbula naye kube ubesekhona bengizommema abe khona, because we want to recognize the good work that women have done. Singabe sifaka imisebenzi yabo ngaphansi kwamatafula. Sengizodedela intokazi ke la. Hey, Khabzo, siyamazi ukhabazela ngenxa yokuthi isikhathi sesithe ukusala ngemuva kanti abanye bathe bazohamba nje nge-lunch time. Besifisa ukuthi ama-panelists uzowenza ngendlela ajwayele ukwenza ngayo. Uyabona nje lo msebenzi awenzayo, ngeke limmeme nje nani. Is very good. Umbalenhle igama layo. Yonke zonke izinto zenza professional. Nesikhathi uyasazi futhi isikhathi ngoba sifuna ukuthi ama-presenters abe short, sinikezele kube khona thina njengabantu abazobe belalele esifuna uku-input khona. Siyafisa futhi eThekwini ukusho ukuthi uSpeaker ukhuluma nge-gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation and auditing. Njenge-Multiparty Women's Caucus, sine-DDP, our partners, sike sawenza ama-workshop. Ngoba nani sifuna ukuthi mangabe kubekwa nje i-budget nibuke at a gender lens. Saya eLembe, sayobenzela aba-contributor, sathola abantu abaziyo ukuthi mangabe ngoba kufanele ukhulume nge-budget, ukuthi i-gender responsive budgeting, kufanele ukuthi gender responsive planning, ngoba i-budget ithi siyishiwo kodwa isuka ama-plans esenziwe sibone ukuthi izinto ezi-affecta thina siyifaka kanjani kwi-agenda, in the center ye-agenda la uthathwa khona ama-decision. We are going to work together as partners. Over to you, Kabazela. Thank you so much.
A round of applause. Thank you very much, Salo. Siyabonga. Siyabonga, Salo. No, we're just going to break for tea for 5 minutes. Please go outside, grab your tea and come back. We're going to have a working session so that we combine these two panelists or panel discussions, especially for those ladies that need to dash. So, lunch. We are aiming to end it at 2 o'clock with the lunch. We are not going to come back. So let's please work together. Grab tea, come back. We're going to have a working session. Thank you. Doctor. Mike. Five minutes. Can you please come back at 20 past 11? We must all remain seated at 20 past 11. Thank you. ngayithola lapho. Ngicela usikhuluma ngayo awuna. Ladies, can you please make our way back to the room? Just grab tea and come back so that we can have a working tea. Can you please come back to the room, ladies? Honorable members, distinguished guests, please come back so that we can have a working session. Honorable distinguished guests, please come back. Siyangena manje. Can you please grab tea and come back? So, please ask them to, please ask them to come back. Trish, can you please ask them to come back in the room so we can have a working tea? Shut. Distinguished guests, honorable members, can you please come back so we can have a working tea? Can you please call our colleagues back to the room? Sivala lunch. Kungabe khona ozomisa i-session. How many of these things do you have with you? Those want to combine these two sessions, eh? Want to combine these two. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You've already mic'd these 4. So 5 with myself, and then we need 2 more for these ladies because the prof needs to there, so I wanted to speak first.
Cancel the Q&As.
Yeah, you can. Okay. Yeah, sorry. The Q&As would be after, depending on the time, because I want all the speakers to speak.
I take those myself.
Okay, you can do that as long as you have a headset. Yeah. Sizodinga futhi bapha abantu basehotela kufanele basinike iy'tulo laphayana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need 2 more. We need 2 more, yeah. 2 more lapels, what you call this thing, and then 2 more chairs. Yeah. See. Yes, ladies, can you please call back our colleagues to the room? Isikhathi siyashaya. We're going to have a working tea. Ngicela singene, ladies, distinguished guests. Please, let's make our way to the room. We have a working tea. All right. Who am I? So. Singeneni, beautiful ladies. Honorable members, let's have a working tea. Unyasha. Yes. Yeah. Hi, Segyalu. Prof, please come so we can mic you up. Councillor Jennifer. Yeah. So Vijay. Please come back, ladies, honorable members, distinguished guests. Please come back to the room. I'm going to ask Councillor Jennifer to come through at the front so we can mic you up. We are about to begin. Councillor Jennifer, please come to the front so we can mic you up. Prof. Yes, please. Yeah, we're gonna mic you up just now. If you want to, you can stand anywhere. Podium's perfect, yeah. Brian.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, listen. Please make your way back to the room. No, it's fine. Yeah. Need one more. Yeah. We need one more. Yeah, one more. Okay. We are almost there. We're almost there. Ladies, please, honorable members, please come in. Yeah. Yeah, sorted. Yes, we are here. Yeah. Okay. So, hello. We are going to combine the two sessions so that we can have enough time for the engagements as possible. So we're going to combine session 1 and session 2, and also combine session 3 and session 4, so that we might end with lunch. So that is the plan now moving forward. Ladies, can you please now settle down so that we can start with our panel discussion? I'd like to apologize in advance to our panel speakers. Unfortunately, I would not be able to read your bios due to time constraints. So ngiyaxolisa kakhulu, please forgive me in advance. Ngingashawa emva kodwa sesiphuma la. Just to accommodate to Prof Halima, she needs to go for an interview, I think, straight after this session. So I'm going to ask her to speak first. But what I'm going to do, I'm just going to ask all our speakers to come to the front. Then we'll give you 5 minutes each to just give an overview of your presentation. Unfortunately, we cannot display the presentations, but we'll ask our colleagues to share the presentations with everyone so that sizokwazi ukuhambisana sonke. So I'm just going to call upon Prof Halima, Councillor Jennifer Valen, Dr. Gabi Mkhize, Miss Babalo, Dr. Nombuso, and Miss Shanice to come to the front. We have 6 chairs, so we'll ask you to come to the front so that we try and manage time. But we're gonna start with Prof Halima to give her input on the second session about promoting gender equality in local government and the role of the local government in fostering gender equality and dismantling systemic barriers. Colleagues, can you please come back? Can you settle down? We are about to begin with our panel discussion. Siyadla, senza njalo. So I'm gonna give Prof Halima an opportunity to speak. Ladies,
Do we sit?
ladies, so that we end with lunch, can you please settle down and then allow our panel speakers to present? We're gonna give you 5 minutes each. Masangqala ngisondela, then it means your 5 minutes is almost over. So can you please give a round of applause to Prof Halima as she comes to the front. But you can, yeah, whatever you're comfortable with. Some people like to come in and speak. Some would like to stand at the podium. So whatever you're comfortable with. Over to you, Prof.
Good morning, ladies. Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you so much. Ngicela ukubingelela ngokukhethikileyo the Honorable Madlopha, Honorable Boyce, Honorable Tembe, Dr. Rajab, Dr. Mhlongo Jones, Dr. Paul Kariuki, the former chairperson, Madam Dooley, and all you beautiful ladies, honorable guests here today. I think my topic really resonates with what I do in terms of women, youth, and marginalized communities. And I want you to just listen to this acronym as I say it, because often than most, it gets shortened. It's LGBTQQIP2SA. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, pansexual, two-spirited, and asexual. I think I want to do this comprehensively because one of the key areas that I focus on is gender equality, and ours is to incapacitate this within the context of its fullness. In terms of my work
and the work within this area. The comprising or premise is from a research perspective, and you can understand and appreciate the components, which eventually leads to evidence-based decision-making, which is quite important. And I think when the Honorable Madlopha and of course the Honorable Boyce spoke, they spoke about the basis of how we go about planning for gender inclusivity. The research that actually brought me to promoting and actually presenting a strategy for the province, one of its first in the country, which was then elevated to a national level for the whole country to actually champion. The municipalities are a key base for any service delivery. And as you look backwards, you need to understand that service delivery is about ensuring that services for every component of our society is actually a reality. One of the key elements that really resonates with the work that I do is the partnership in advancing the equality. And in anything you've heard this morning, we need to have partners that we work with because we can't do it alone. And this is one of the cornerstone of having to achieve in any area that we are in. So I'm really happy to see the diverse panels that are here today, because it is in understanding what each of us do that we are able to then formulate a comprehensive approach to what we are doing, because we all are in different sectors, and the cohesion sometimes is a miss because one does not know what the other is doing. Key interventions. I want to talk about the interventions because this for me resonates with what we've done, but also has an impact on how we can move forward, which is another area that I want to really impress on in my presentation. So on gender-based violence and femicide, in terms of response, we use the municipality as a base. And as we know, it's about resources. And the most important element of resources in the municipal space is the IDP, because that is the roadmap. That is where the budget gets defined. And if the gender element of the budget is not docketed in at that point, we would have lost the plot, because as much as you would have wanted inclusion, then you are actually amiss. And one of the key drivers that we work with are the gender platforms within each municipality, which we monitor, because as you would know, most of the elements in government are on a monetary basis. And here, it's already spoken about the gender responsive budgeting as an APP target in the performance, so that each and every manager, as they are budgeting, they need to change. It can't be business as usual. There needs to be an alignment to the budgeting on the aspect of gender. In terms of the activities in line with the focus, you have the municipal managers, and you also have the councillors, female councillors, but more importantly, we also have the women amakosi, whom are key strategic drivers within this space. And here again, I'm happy that Salga is here, because that is one of the key components of sectors that we work with in terms of cultural and societal empowerment. Here, we often find that it resonates when we transcend it to the community engagements, because it is the communities that is the monitoring and evaluation to ensure that what has been said, it's indeed becomes a reality. In terms of institutional support, we have 119 training programs. Now, these programs are based on the assessment that has been done. All 64,000 employees within the province and councillors have been audited to understand where the gaps are, and so that the programs are fit for purpose. And it's not just a thumbs up of who wants what to happen. Institutional and international partnerships. I'm saying international partnerships because we need to actually function at a macro level including the world in what we do. We are a first world country in line with Africa, but there are first world countries in terms of the world. And herein, we have platforms that are existing already, which are the BRICS. We have the G20 in this country this year. And my challenge to the province is, what are the elements of gender that this province is driving around gender aspects for the G20? And there is a committee of the G20 which is already being proposed and interventions. And my take is that we need to step up, we need to present ourselves. And this room alone has so much of content which could be infused in terms of driving what is relevant out there. In conclusion, around the strengthening of local governance through partnership, local government is the first point of service delivery, making it essential to embed gender responsive governance at the municipal level. And I always say, wherever I go, I need to understand how I can fit in and present my skills. All of us have skills here. And I want to challenge this platform, as the chair had spoken, to say, what are we doing about the content that we get out of this platform? And I'm presenting myself as a resource, because that's what we need to strive as women, to collaborate with each other, as a resource to put together the content so that others who are not here, because it's not about us, it's about the bigger platform understanding what the conversation is about. And one way of doing that is to actually contribute to the content. And contributing to content, you have to write it, so that those who are in universities are driven by what the conversation of hands-on leaders. Here we have leaders from different dimensions who have hands-on experience on areas which are not docketed in any book. So I'm presenting myself and challenging this platform to write a resource book out of this content, which I can assist in championing with the help of this platform. So thank you so much to DDP and of course Legislature for this platform which champions the elements of gender parity in our midst. Thank you.
Much. A round of applause for Prof. Thank you. I'm going to give another 5 minutes to Dr. Gabi Mkhize, who's a senior lecturer, where she'll be talking more on session 1 on climate justice and gender equality, on how climate change disproportionately impacts women and girls, and what solutions can be put in place. Can you please give a round of applause? Kabaze, over to you.
Thank you so much, Kabazela. Angonge, first off, ngicela ukubingelela to our honorable members. Kabazela, I'm not too sure if the greeting is included in the 5 minutes that you allocated to us.
It is. All protocol observed.
Okay, all protocol observed. So our provincial legislature, the Multiparty Women's Caucus for inviting us. Thank you so much. And I'm not alone. I'm going to be presenting this session on climate change and how it impacts women with my colleagues, Babalo and Dr. Zanele. We were hoping to have this presentation displayed and use PowerPoint. So for looking on my phone, I'm going to be reading just like making reference to my phone. What is happening? We know that as first off, thank you so much for having us and making us present on this topic, because of late, especially in KZN, we've been hated so much by climate change. We've been affected. We've seen izikhukhula. We've seen a lot, droughts. A lot has been happening. And I remember in the morning listening to radio, they were talking about climate change. It has become a huge challenge in our country, in our province, also globally, not only in South Africa. And we want to make it clear in our presentation that we focus on women, how it impacts women, not because it doesn't impact males. not because we are excluding males, but for the purpose of this presentation, we're going to focus on women. As we already know, that South Africa is one of the countries that are most vulnerable to climate change, simply because we are struggling with water as a country. We are struggling with a lot of issues as a country. Though climate change crisis is a global phenomenon that affects everyone. I'm sorry about that. My phone just moved. That affects everyone. But as the country, we are faced with this one. We have a problem of climate change and gender inequality. Climate change is not only an environmental issue. It's a social issue that amplifies gender inequality, women especially, because of their vulnerability and also marginalization. I think the speakers, even our honorable Boyce talk about that, and also Prof just talk about that as well, how girls are always vulnerable to so many social issues. In terms of what they face is different from what other genders face, especially males or men. We have girls, young girls, having to go through their periods. And then when we face such issues that are presented by climate change, for example, water scarcity, what happens to that young girl that is going through the periods? You go home from school, you want to take a bath, and there's no water. And what happens in that case? And we always say that the water scarcity is an issue in rural areas because they go and fetch water from a mufuleni, from the river where they fetch water. But also because of the way that we are as South Africa, we've got our townships, we've got our informal settlements in Mijondoro, right? And when we don't have water, what happens kuma township, na informal settlements? We have running toilets, excuse me, to mention that. But in rural areas, they already have settings where they go outside, they have outside bathrooms. What happens in the case of township, where we have running toilets, if kune water scarcity? What happens in Mijondolo? Let us think about that. That's how climate change is affecting us. And then we end up having the pollution, where people are helping themselves. And then it affects our health. And that affects women and children mostly. Bazokula abantwana, they're going to get sick, right? And then when children are sick, who is first to take care of the kids? Women. So we can't separate the issue of climate change from the women's issue. On this day of International Women's Day, even though in South Africa we have the most wonderful, the most beautiful constitution that acknowledges gender equality, acknowledges everyone. But we want to single out women in this case of climate change. How does it affect women? The impacts it has on women. And it's not just about that. Also, as we are here, I think the honorable members already talk about how is it important for us to come here and talk about our issues. I like spaces like that because to me, they're like the consciousness raising spaces where one teaches one, where we come together as women. So this is what we're contributing. We're here to contribute to the issue, and we're here to teach each other. It's one teaching one. So to raise awareness in order for us to be able to contribute to the issue we are facing, all of us. So let us challenge ourselves. I think Prof said that we are resource, and I like what Honorable Boyce said, that we are the help. We are not helpers, but we are the help. We are also resource. We are not like here to be saying that we are helpers, but we are resource. Let us work together. Let us see what we can do. And we're going to try and link our presentation to the G20 as well. We are about to be hosting the entire world. And with the water scarcity, with the droughts issues, with izikhukhula, with all the problems that are presented by climate change, what are we going to do? What our honorable members are going to do? What are we going to do as the citizens? What are we going to do? Because I think Honorable Boyce talk about is not just about the leadership. It's also about us as the citizens. It's also about us as individuals. What can we do to contribute to the situation? How can we better the situation? How can we make sure that we respect our environment? How can we make sure that we keep our cities, our places clean? Is what can we do to contribute to the situation? So I'm going to take this time, Kabazela, and give it to Ms. Zanele or Dr. Zanele to continue, and then after that it will be Babi to finish up, to wrap up this presentation. Thank you.
Can you give Dr. Zanele a round of applause as she comes to the front? It's 5 minutes, ladies, please.
Wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo, all protocol observed. My colleague has touched on our introduction and how climate change affects women and the inequalities that have widened as far as the climate change is concerned. Mine is to take the local landscape of South Africa and take the audience to view the South Africa's landscape, which is highly susceptible to climate change due to its predominantly semi-arid and arid conditions, with a large portion of the land experiencing extreme water stress, making it particularly vulnerable to decreased rainfall, increased temperatures, and more frequent droughts, which can significantly impact agriculture, ecosystems, and water availability across the country. Coastal regions face threats from rising sea levels and the changing storm patterns. And most of these factors, they have a very impactful effect on women and girls, particularly those in rural areas. So the South African landscape, particularly the Western Cape region around Cape Town, is highly susceptible to climate change due to its natural arid conditions. Reliance on rain-fed water systems and high population density making it extremely vulnerable to droughts like the Day Zero crisis of 2018, where the city nearly ran out of water due to significantly reduced rainfall attributed to changing water patterns associated with climate change. This included a decreased participation during the critical winter rain season, leading to depleted water dam and severe water scarcity. So the threat of Day Zero in Cape Town, it highlighted the potential social and economic disruptions that can arise from extreme water scarcity. In South Africa, water scarcity is considered a gendered issue, mainly because women and girls disproportionately bear the burden of collecting water, spending significant time and energy fetching it from often distant sources, which can expose them to dangers like sexual assault, limit their access to education and employment opportunities, and further marginalize them within their communities, essentially placing a heavier domestic responsibility on them compared to men. I guess most of the speakers will leave this room having mentioned the suffering that women and girls endured in the space of global warming and the climate change. So water scarcity in South Africa directly impacts menstrual hygiene by limiting women's and girls' ability to properly clean themselves during their period time, increasing the risk of infections due to inadequate hygiene practices, and often causing them to miss school or work due to lack of access to private clean toilets, which my colleague has alluded to, with water for sanitary product disposal. This is particularly prevalent in areas experiencing severe water shortages, contributing to issue of period poverty in the country. Water is essential for girls and women health. People who menstruate, they need access to private, secure toilets, which are all too rare in hundreds of most of the country's places lacking access to clean water. Your imijondolo, informal settlements, your amalogishi, ekasi, your rural areas, we all suffer the same, even though the impact is not the same. Research has demonstrated that selected rural communities in the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal in our country, respectively, women and children, they experience rape, abduction, and murder when collecting water at strange hours as they try to avoid long queues and water-related conflicts at communal water sources during the day. Conflicts can also arise in cases where men try to monopolize a water source that is being used by community, especially women. Ladies, with that said, I think my colleague Papalo is going to wrap up. Thank you so much.
Kawazala, I'll make sure I'm within the 5 minutes. My colleagues have said a mouthful. Prof, immediately when you said G20, I said yes, 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 yes. We are hosting G20 in November as a country, and it is settings like these that we actually need in order for us to position ourselves as a country and as a province as well. Because in these G20 discussions, gender inequality or gender equality is going to be one of the aspects that are going to be touched on. And it is therefore important that we actually establish our climate policies and our climate stance. And it is in this G20 that we are going to also speak of our gender responses and our finances. Our speakers spoke about budgeting and planning and finances. And we know that we actually need the money and the resources in order for us to combat all these issues that come with our climate change. As my esteemed colleague has actually spoken about South Africa being an arid country, rather, yes. It's already there that we suffer from water shortages. That is why we actually get water from Lesotho as well. So the same way we have these energy power, or rather the energy issues that we have in the country, the water resources and drought, we are prone to that simply because of the setting of our country. And these are the same issues that we need to position ourselves in when we speak of the G20. Right, and the country has positioned ourselves internationally as well, because we speak on the Paris, or rather we are part of the signatories in the Paris Agreement, which is also a commitment that we are making as a country to speak to the climate impact that we actually have. So we need not to look at it in vacuum, but also to look at it holistically from the rural to the township, because we are experiencing climate change differently. You know, as I was reading here, preparing for this presentation, one of the articles said it is very dangerous for us to forget day zero of Cape Town. And I stand here to say it is very difficult. It would be dangerous for us to forget KZN and floods, because every year we are experiencing floods, and it is women who are at the bottom who end up being migrated. You know, so part of our solutions and us being here, and Prof, as you spoke about positioning yourself as a resource, we are here also as resources to say we've studied these communities, and here are the solutions that we need to provide. And each and every one of us here as women, we have a responsibility to speak to climate change and its impact and finding the solutions, simply because we follow Vision 2030 as we are here, and these are the development goals that we have. And part of these development goals speak on climate change and its impact that it has on women. One of them being the SDG 5 speaks on gender equality, and it speaks of how we need to aim and empower all women and girls, you know, to participate in decision making and leadership. You know, and we are here as young people as well to say we want to be at the table as you speak of these issues that are affecting us as women and girls. Right, so part of these solutions also speaks to reduce inequalities. Once we bridge the gap of inequality, then we would be able to, you know, take action in combating the climate issues that we're actually facing. So education being one of the things, you know, we cannot, I think Honorable Speaker spoke about education so much, and she spoke about it in the employment state, but as well in climate change. The reason why Cape Town was able to combat or never get to day zero is because there was transparency and there was information passed down to each and every Cape Townian that this is how you are going to use water sparingly. You know, so once the education and the information gets to even the child at a rural school, then they would be able to know what to do. And yes, most importantly, finance, money, money, money. And besides money as well, there'd always be grassroots solutions that each woman, in whatever position that they're actually in, to speak to their problems and have these solutions. So we need to use that as an empowerment, you know, to empower these women to actually speak. Kabazela, I think I'm within my 5 minutes as I conclude. As I conclude, we know, just like technology, gender, climate change is right here. It is no longer in the future. It's you know, the effects, we are already feeling them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Papadlo. Ngiyakhombisa ukuthi usawumuntu omusha. Siyabonga kakhulu. Can you please give a round of applause to Ms. Shanice Furman as she comes to the front? Over to you, Ms. Sherman.
Thank you. All protocols observed. Greetings, ladies. I think this is such an opportune platform to be standing and sharing today. So thank you for the opportunity. I do not want to rehash what's been spoken, so I'm just going to capitalize on the other elements that we are looking at when we talk about climate change and gender. And I'm going to focus it specifically on the KZN province, which we reside and have responsibility over. We have 10 municipalities within the KZN district. And just to zone in, I think this is really critical to understand what is the information that currently exists in the space that says, are we taking into consideration climate change and gender in these conversations, in our documents, in our reports, and in our policies? What is the current status of that? So we have 3 districts that do not mention climate change at all. And we can talk to Amajuba, King, Wayo, and the Tukela District Municipality. Harry Gwala District Municipality mentions climate change, and only insofar that it relates to a climate change plan, but does not describe activities towards achieving goals of their plan. The Ilembe District Municipality mentions a number of women-focused activities, but does not link them to climate change. Similarly, it mentions several climate change related projects, but does not link the rest to gender. The Echuayo District Municipality describes farmer skills training projects that have trained women during the financial year, but does not mention anything about climate knowledge components of this training. And then we have the last one, sorry, please forgive me. The Gugundlovu District Municipality, which undertook programs on climate change, which focused on developing early warning systems, but does not mention the gender of this program and the beneficiaries, nor does it mention gender in relation to any other programs. So currently, the provincial policies that have been analyzed are almost gender blind. And there is no evidence of the disaggregated data collection about the vulnerability to the impacts of climate change, nor does the programs or plans address gender differentiated resilience capacities or vulnerability. There is no evidence that the district municipalities are considering gender in their planning for climate disasters or any response related to that. And so we have this major issue here where emphasis is placed on incorporating women into climate change decision-making forums where they exist, and that's currently not taken into consideration. This is unsurpassing that municipalities do not report on climate change from a gender perspective in their annual reports. And I think this is really critical because if a municipality has oversight in climate change aspects that are affecting their municipality, and in particular women, there should be that reflected in the report that clearly states this is how women are impacted and here are the necessary tools to address the issues that are facing women. The impact of this in South Africa's response to climate change is based on current law, policy, would entrench existing vulnerabilities and inequalities. So without taking gender into account in these key documents, South Africa will not adequately assess or manage the impact of gender inequality in women's ability to adapt or respond to climate change, nor will it be able to plan for increasing gender inequality in the home as a result of climate change, impacts on the household and other labor responsibilities. So that's a focus specifically on KZN, and I think it's really fitting that this covers KZN with a specific focus. So other aspects that we've noted in the work that we do on the ground, a lot with grassroots communities, is that water is a major issue. Agriculture gets impacted, forestry, biodiversity, and ecosystems, human health, the urban and rural environment, and livelihoods of people that are dependent on the very impacted areas such as agriculture for one. Also with that, it affects poverty, food security, hunger, and other social issues. And it has been increasingly acknowledged that climate has differentiated impacts on women and men and the local and indigenous peoples. So without forgetting that every aspect, whether women or not, or men and other local communities or indigenous peoples, everyone is impacted, which we do need to acknowledge and reflect on. Women are especially, poor women are the groups that are most vulnerable to the effects of climate change and the least likely to have resources to cope with them. So another aspect that we've also mentioned here was the resources to combat the impacts that I am experiencing. If I have no money, how am I meant to go and purchase water if there is no water? If there's no food, my garden has been washed away. How do I relate to that, or how do I resource or find resources to assist in this regard? The next, I'm just going to go quickly. Gender inequality and climate change are amongst the most pervasive threats to sustainable development. We talked our SDG goals, and this is one that's going to, every time we talk about SDG goals, this is the one thing that will come and just cut everything if we do not address it. Women need to be equally represented and equal participants and agents of change in climate change solution development. So with all the policies that we have, I think as a province, what we are saying is, if we do not put gender in policy specifically, explicitly, we don't make provisions for it. So I think that's where we need to be tackling changes with tangible outcomes, tangible things that we can say, this is how women are impacted, and this is how we recognize, we acknowledge you women sitting here today and the multiple in this KZN region. But this is how we want to involve you in climate change talks. We want you to be a part of the decision making. We do not want this to be a closed space where we, who know what's going on, are speaking alone, but we need to speak together. We need to speak with every single woman. Today, I'm grateful that I can stand here as a representative. And one thing I always remind myself in the work that we do on the ground is that put yourself in somebody else's shoes. Put yourself in somebody else's shoes. It's not, there's no accolades, there's nothing, because at the end of the day, how can I help my brother? How can I help my sister? How can we help each other to be at the forefront of bringing the changes we want to see? And sometimes we cannot depend on government alone. It means that we are the helpers. We are the ones that can aid others who are strategically placed in the legislature and in all the platforms that we serve on, to say, here's a voice, this is what needs to be done. Can you action? I can do my part, you do your part, let's work together to bring the solutions that we want to see. And I think that's the main reason for having a platform in which we can share and engage communities, and also be a voice for women who are the largely or the most affected by climate change and its impacts.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fena. A round of applause. Thank you. As we wrap up the first session about climate change, it is important that women like Ote, who own businesses, that we have policies that will protect, especially the young women, should ever they become then victims of this climate change. So Siyabonga kakhulu, we are wrapping up this session, and now we're going to go straight to Councillor Jennifer Vellen as she comes forward to wrap up the session 2 about promoting gender equality in local government. Can you please give a round of applause?
Thank you, Madam Program Director, and I'm hoping at some point we will include in our discussion how we deal with menopause. Madam Program Director, Madam Mkhize, I would not be doing justice if I say all protocol observed. Looking around the caliber of people we have in this room, I would like to single-handedly acknowledge some of the people that we have in this room. The Honorable Minister, Minister Boyce in absentia, the Honorable Deputy Minister, Minister Tembe, who's present. Sorry, the Deputy Speaker of the Legislature, sorry. The Deputy Speaker, my apology, yes, receive that. The Deputy Chief Whip of the KZN Legislature, the Chairperson of the Women's Caucus, KZN, Honorable Madlopha, the Secretary of the Legislature, Mrs. N. Naidu, Professor Dr. Rajab, Professor Dr. Paul, Pastor and Dr. Jones, the honorable members of the legislature, mayors, councillors, all protocols observed. And let me single-handedly acknowledge the presence of Mama Makosi Ntuli, who was my mentor in the 29 years of being in local government.
I also want to bring you greetings from the Honorable Speaker of Ilembe, who happens to also be the Honorable Chairperson of the Selga Women's Commission, KZN Commission, Councillor Dolly Shandu, and apologize for her not being available. She had to attend another meeting. So we were given the task to speak on the role of gender, the role of governance in fostering gender equality and dismantling systematic barriers. And most of the previous speakers, the messages that I've heard are interlinked, and we speak with one voice. So since the dawn of democracy, government has set the tone for the issues of gender. When the women like Lillian Ngoya, Helen Joseph, and Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela marched to the Union buildings in Pretoria in 1956. The National Women's Month program is based on ongoing interventions across the work of government, civil society, and the private sector within the context of the national priorities. Now, ladies, we are 30 years into our democracy. The platform has been set. It is now the opportunity for women to take advantage, and the onus is upon you and I to take advantage of the opportunities that are there and to capitalize on all the programs that government has put in place. Now, I want to believe that South Africa is one of the very few countries in the world that gives priority to women's issues, to issues of gender, and we also link that with the global world. Now, the question is not what the role of government is, like the previous speakers have said. The question is, what has government done to date? Who then monitors the programs and the legislation and the policies and the budgets that are in place? Who holds the various role players accountable? How are we getting the various role players on board? And how are we linking what government has put in place with the global world? And over and above that, how and who measures the impact and the outcome of what government has put in place? There are various champions, like the Commission for Gender Equality, being one of the key role players that are in place, and they're advocating forcefully for gender issues, and women in particular. And they link that to government programs and the budgets and the various role players, like the business sector, the parastatals, the NGOs, the CBOs, etc. Now, what has government done to advance the gender issues? Government has fostered global relations through policy and legislation to strengthen gender issues. Government has ensured that safe mobility and access to all territories are in place. Government has developed programs to protect women from violence and allocated resources to such programs. Government has developed public campaigns, and one such platform is the Women's Caucus, the Women's KZN Caucus, that government has used to advocate for gender issues. However, despite the significant advancements made by government, women's participation in the social, economic, and political sphere, women continue to be underrepresented. Women have not been fully occupied in the space of politics, while men make up the 62% of the South African population. Now, gender equality and inclusion is what government has preached, government has implemented, and the champions must now take what government has put in place and keep the train in motion. Government has set legislation, government has set policies, government has set aside budgets. There are programs in place, right from national, provincial to the district and local, and filtered into the communities and brought back to platforms such as these. There are job opportunities and many other programs that are in place. So I want to believe that there's no need for us to reinvent the wheel, but to follow up on the milestones that government has made, to start holding accountable, whether it's the Women's Caucus, the Gender Commission, SALGA, and all of the structures that are out there on the ground, and to make necessary and to hold accountable and amend where necessary, to make relevant with the current situation on the ground. There has been resolutions taken previously, and when we come to places such as these, or platforms such as these, we start to reinvent the wheel. And like I said, there's no need to do that. Let's go back to those resolutions. Let's capitalize on what government has put on the ground. Now, these programs, the other question we must ask ourselves to date is, have these programs reached the disadvantaged women in particular? Those in the rural areas, those in the semi-rural areas, which SALGA is mandated to enforce, where there's non-compliance. Do we still have the resources, or it's just on paper? And that is something we need to look at today as we sit here. So I want to focus very quickly, Program Director, because I wouldn't be doing justice to the topic. I want to focus very quickly and zoom into what government has done at a provincial level and link that up with all the structures of government. Gender equality and women empowerment in KwaZulu-Natal is addressed by the Provincial Gender Strategy Plan 2021 of 2025. At the level of the district, and Madam Speaker, I come from Ilembe district. The commissioner that I mentioned is the speaker of Ilembe district. And I want to assure you that we take gender issues very seriously at Ilembe district. We will be going back, because I have seen some of these documents, we will be going back, and I want to assure you that we're going to link all of that up with the climate change. We also take climate change very seriously. So at the level of the district and local municipalities, they have their own plans that address the issues of gender. Budgets are set aside, and these budgets flow from national, provincial to the district and locally, and it is then filtered down to the grassroots at a ward level. The programs that government has put in place to address the gender equality, they are programs of women that address the issue of women, youth, and people with disabilities. The province is currently working with local government to address these issues. There are structures in place, like the provincial women parliament, the women's caucus, to ensure women and youth and people with disabilities are considered in senior positions. Their gender desks, their policies and legislations, like I've alluded to and the previous speakers have alluded to in their presentations. When it comes to economic empowerment, local economic development entities are assisting local municipalities to bring these programs that will equip women economically in business and other spheres. There are bursaries that have been provided by local municipalities for the youth, and annually the youth in the rural areas. And there are policies set aside to allow business opportunities. There's also, in terms of the access to health and education, there's HIV and AIDS and other sexually related diseases. There are structures at the level of the district and local municipalities to deal with these programs to reduce the infections. The awareness campaigns, continuous awareness campaigns, right from national, provincial to the district to local at a ward base, and then bring back to these platforms for us to then look at those resolutions. I'm going to wrap up just now. And then there's the district task team structure to coordinate, never give a politician the platform. There's a district task team structure to coordinate HIV programs. The government has also looked at accommodating the elderly, where there's the Golden Games that is done annually. I'm wrapping up. The government has also made it a priority for women and youth and disadvantaged to access basic services, land, water, sanitation, housing. And government has also made that as one of their core priorities. The freedom of violence and social protection, I think the previous speakers have spoken about that. Government has given that priority. Priority in that there are gender-based violence programs, as well as child protection awareness campaigns. The 16 days of activism against GBV are done annually, and there are budgets set aside for that. There are gender desks, there are caucuses, and there are commissions in place. There's continued working relationships with the war rooms at the level of the municipalities, where civil society is represented, all parastatals, all government departments that sit at the war rooms to address gender issues. There's the issue of safety and security for citizens, which is always given priority by government, and they work through the war rooms, the CPF, the special task teams, and government every year increases the budgets to address these programs. There's women empowerment programs, capacity building, and government uses the CETA Women Caucus structure that deals with empowering women on business, leadership, and young girls, especially in the rural areas.
and most women have assumed positions of leadership in our society. There's skills programs, and that is ongoing. I'm just going to wrap up with the last thing. The government has, unfortunately, I crave your indulgence, Madam Program Director. The government has put in place gender subcommittees that sits on a monthly basis to monitor these programs and the plans for gender. Now, these programs are monitored at a national, provincial, district, local level, brought back to platforms like this and filtered down to the grassroots. SALGA, the Women's Commission, that was launched to advocate and process the voice of women in local government and supporting women to ensure gender equity and equality. What needs to be done? We need to integrate the programs that will filter into communities where women will participate. We need to create a conducive environment and opportunities for women to participate at the ground level, taking that particularly to the rural areas. We need to continue to advocate for budgets to be set aside to support Black-owned businesses. We need to continue to advocate for skills development, monitor and measure the impact. Government and all role players need to create a safe environment for women, youth, and the disadvantaged. And interventions must be monitored. And the strength, and all of us here together need to strengthen the voice of women through education and awareness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jennifer. And just to wrap up this session, it is important that in the pursuit of a just and equitable society, the importance of gender equality and women empowerment cannot be overstated. Whilst there have been improvements made over the years, women still often find themselves worse off than their male counterparts. Closing this gap requires a comprehensive approach that not only addresses individual needs, but also tackles systemic balances. Can you please give our panel a round of applause, ladies? I'm just going to now hand over to Ustalo to just give thanks to the panel. Over to you, Ustalo.
Thank you, Kabazela. Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you very much to our esteemed panelists. We have learned a lot. The issue of climate change is not just climate change. So it's something that we must take to our hearts. We're just talking whilst we were presenting to say maybe as a multi-party women's caucus, because climate change affects the most the women. We must have it on the agenda in different municipalities as well as in the legislature. So thank you very much for sharing with us this important knowledge that we are having. When ukhabazela upha ngeke usomlomo aphathe kanje ngoba somlomo ngokuthatha ne-protocol ye-legislature sengithi akathathe ilento sizocela nje
A round of applause. And please. Honorable Kwanyana, please come to the front. Yeah, can be in the middle, Councillor, in the middle. Yeah. Smile. A round of applause. Honorable Mzama. A round of applause to Dr. Kabazela. Thank you. And a round of applause, colleagues. Dr. Rajab, please come to the front. Ms. Pabalo. A round of applause. Honorable CQ. Honorable CQ. A round of applause, please. Councillor Sole. A round of applause for Councillor Sole as she comes to the front. Ms. Shanice. A round of applause. So much. Thank you. Okay. No, thank you very much, Honorable Madlopha, for that beautiful, beautiful gifting ceremony you just had. I hope our next panel of speakers are ready. I'm going to ask that our colleagues or our speakers go to Uvijen so they can unmic you and mic our speakers. Buhle. So we'll need Miss Welly Swagunene. Can you please move over to get mic'd up? And then Miss Balungile Masuku, Miss Buhle Mutsime, and then we'll have Miss A. Mehlokamkhulu, and then Miss Thandeka Magwenyane. Can you please move to Uvijen so that he can mic you up? But Vijen ngizocela ukuthi siqale with Miss Weliswa Kunene so she can come and be ready for her speech. And then we'll move over to the rest of our colleagues. Please start with Miss Weliswa Kunene so she can prepare to go up to the stage. I'll give you just 2 minutes to stretch, and then we'll start in the next 2 minutes officially with our panel. We can just have maybe an input from the floor in terms of the previous panel while they get ready. You can just raise your hand, we'll give you a mic. Buhle will assist, and then you can just contribute or maybe make a comment about the previous sessions that you just had, just to performula nje ukuthi kuphi okuzwile kule session esiphuma kuyona, and what is your input coming from that session. Imaphi ama key takeaways that you can take away from these two sessions. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to combine these two. So, yes. Anyone can, yeah, please stand Miss Maria Makosi, our previous chairperson of the Women's Caucus in KwaZulu-Natal. Can you please give her an ear to engage on the two sessions that we've just had? Sizocela ukuthi sehlise umsindo, and then we give you an ear. Mic check. Jen? Bitch? Jen? That mic is off. The previous chairperson of the Women's Caucus, an opportunity to speak.
Are very crucial, but unfortunately we had that time constraint. Starting with Professor Halima, I won't dwell much, but she mentioned a very crucial issue of implementation. Indeed, from Beijing platform and other platforms, we had our Millennium Goals, Women Decade, etc., etc. But what do we have at hand? Because we should be sort of having that introspection of these platforms as women. And one other thing that is very crucial is that as women, we can't have a gender equality issues on our own. We can't be protecting ourselves. We need that inclusivity so that when we speak women issues, it's not for women only, but it's for the entire community, and particularly our hierarchy should be fully understanding as to what is meant by this gender equality. I might not be having names of other presenters, but I would love to touch on the climate change as well. For the climate change, as KwaZulu-Natal, we are the victim of the disasters. Each and every year, you know that something is going to happen in KwaZulu-Natal. And indeed, women are at the center of those tragedies. And I think, Honorable CQ, I think something should be done, particularly in educating and taking women up on issues of the climate change and the global warming, because at the end of the day, we as women were at the center of whatever outcome. And the water, one panelist mentioned the water scarcity. And for that one, I think for the entire of KwaZulu-Natal, the outcry, there is an outcry of water. And I agree, Comrade Geneva, I agree that districts are doing their level best, but it shows that the problem is deeper, because you will be told about water tankers, and you'll find along the rural roads, you'll find the empty containers, and people will tell you that we've been waiting for the water tanker for almost a week. And so water scarcity is still a very problematic area, in fact, in the entire country, not just KwaZulu-Natal. And Jen and the entire house, I think municipalities should be speed upping the way of assisting our communities to say at least one home tanker for water harvesting. Again, Jen, you mentioned the issue of accountability, and really, by now, we should be saying as this body, what did we achieve from our millennium? Where are we in terms of the sustainability of development goals of the sustainability to 2030? Because right now we are in 2024 and we are left with only 6 years. Where are we? We had that women decade, that was 2010 to 2020, if I'm not mistaken. And what did we achieve as women from that women decade? So all the presenters, whatever was presented there, the women are at the center of whatever problems that we are facing as the country. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have a discussion after this panel so that we get a chance to have a discussion in our groups to digest the information that you've been receiving from the morning. I'm just going to ask now. Please sit, ladies, and then sizobe sesamukela uMiss Weliswa Kunene, science champion, to give us her inputs on empowering women through education and employment. Can you please officially welcome Miss Weliswa Kunene? You have 5 minutes, Miss Kunene.
Ladies and gentlemen, oh, sorry, ladies. I don't know if I'm audible. Am I audible? Am I audible now? Okay, great. Sanbona, ninjani, ngiyaphila. I don't belong in any particular organization. I am just a girl trying to make a difference in her community. I happen to be a social entrepreneur in the space of empowering women through education. So just a little bit about myself. I am a KZN alumni. I come from a township called KwaDabeka in Claremont. It's just next to Guamash. It's one of those townships that are known for all kinds of social ills. And when I completed matric, I applied to go to university. At the time, I had no idea what I wanted to do, but I just knew I want to go to university. So I enrolled myself in a BSc. I completed my degree, but when I was done, I seemed not to get a job. I did not know the difference between an academic qualification and a professional qualification. I struggled to get a job. At some point, I was working as a cashier in Westwood Mall. That saddened me, it bothered me to look at my potential going away, and I knew I wanted to do a lot more than just be a cashier and you know, a graduate, an unemployed graduate, just being part of the statistics of being unemployed. So I later on decided, let me just go back to school and do my honors in medical sciences. I completed that, and I still could not get a job.
so this bothered me. I was like, where are we? The state of our country. Unemployment is such a real thing. And as a Black scientist, I had no idea what opportunities were available to me. I don't know what a scientist does. I don't know where a scientist works. So I decided to start a school's outreach program, starting with my own high school, Ebuhlebe Mfundo Secondary School, and then I later on branched to other townships, KwaMashu and Waibank areas. So with a theme to inspire township learners to pursue science-related careers, because the major thing was you cannot be in grade 10, study science, finish matric, and not know what you want to become. I realized that the gap that existed is one, in our teachers, they don't know how to counsel and teach, for example, life sciences in a way that people or learners can understand which careers to choose. And even when they're in universities, they don't know where to from there because graduation is not a destination. It's just a point that should allow you and a space to know where you are going. University and the curriculum we have in schools and universities should just not be something we are learning to retain information, but it should prepare us for the workspace and make us compatible to exist and to be functional and to be productive in our workspaces. So I realized that the program should also be holistic in a sense that it should provide exposure to career opportunities. So we'll have a careers day where it invites professionals because I feel like most of the time when people run a careers day, they do it in a superficial way where you present a slide and you talk about different careers. But it should be more interactive in a sense that you invite an actual doctor so that the doctor can tell you what it takes to become a doctor. You cannot just, tell somebody that I'm a pharmacist, but tell them what it takes to become a pharmacist and what a pharmacist actually does in their daily dealings. So that's the kind of program I'm in. So those are the challenges also I've been seeing in terms of our curriculum, the system that we have, because township schools are actually experiencing a lot of issues, whether it's social issues, whether it's the way the system is designed. It's not um, it's not helpful to look at people get to matric just to have a D, just to have an H. I completed matric, but you don't have a plan after that. I think I liked the speaker that spoke about, yeah, you have 2 degrees, but what are you going to do about them? Your family doesn't even know. You don't have the right exposure. In fact, in your whole entire life as a girl from KwaDabeka, you have never had an interaction with a doctor outside of consulting. You have never had an interaction with a lawyer to know what exactly it takes to become that. So my program is mainly in the past 4 years to give exposure and inspiration for township learners to actually want to pursue careers that are relevant to our space. The current challenges that exist in schools, I'm going to compare township schools to affluent schools. That affluent schools will have better infrastructure, they will have enough resources, and they'll have qualified teachers, but they will have enough staffing, which is not the same for a township school that is overpopulated in the classroom and doesn't have enough infrastructure. You have somebody in grade 12 that is studying science and wants to become a scientist, but has never seen a microscope. So that's the type of program that I feel like as people who are empowered, we can try and support other social entrepreneurs to provide that kind of exposure to say that, okay, let's take 50 learners from a certain school and take them to UKZN and take them to MUT, to DUT, so that they can see what a lab looks like. Because you cannot be studying, but you've never seen a microscope. You don't know what culturing is. You have nothing and no experience or exposure about that career you are trying to go into. Poverty again and socioeconomic statuses are a thing. You would see a child from Thomas More at grade 4, they're already learning how to do coding, which is something a girl in KwaMashu would never see until they get to university and realize that there's actually a course called coding, computer sciences and IT. In a rapidly changing world, we need to be able to equip our learners to be compatible in the 4th industrial evolution that is coming up. So in closing, because I think my time is up, I feel like we are the space and the people that are enabled, and we are the ones that have the responsibility to change our system and make it better for the next generation that is coming up. Thank you.
This is the reason why we need to give space for our young women. A round of applause for Miss Kunene. Saying bias. No, thank you very much. Can we give a warm welcome to Miss Malungile Masugu from Maritime Studies? She's a lecturer. A round of applause, Miss Masugu, as you come to the front.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. Thank you so much for the opportunity granted unto me, and also I acknowledge this invitation. It means a lot to me to collaborate with women. I like collaboration. I like to work together with other people. We are working very hard with Dr. Jones. I'm happy she's here to bring together the women for prayers. So I believe in collaboration because you cannot stand alone. We are not an island. You cannot even do things alone. So I believe in collaboration. My passion is to empower people because I was empowered myself. So I'm returning a favor. I'm plowing back. I'm empowering young women, older women, and the graduates which are not employed, youth while they're at school. I'm busy doing empowerment. So this topic suits better for me because I have that passion. I'm driven with a passion to empower other people. So our topic, we are discussing about the equal access to education and opportunities for women and girls in this changing global or landscape. First of all, my name is Balungile Masugu, maritime lecturer. But before being a lecturer, I was a teacher at Sitengile High School, same township. The Kunene speaker, the last speaker came from Watabega. It is a very small township with a lot of challenges, but God helped us to draw something out of them. So by profession, I was a math and science teacher, graduated from Ongoye. When I go to Sitengile, there was this subject called maritime studies, of which it was a new subject coming to our local schools. The principal just trusted me and said, Mrs. Masugu, just teach the subject. Do you know, I didn't know anything about maritime. For me, it was being thrown in a deep end. I was supposed to sink or swim. God being on my side and a very bold woman, I pushed myself through. I used to study at night and teach the learners during the day. And the learners did not pick up that myself, I was not aware of this thing. I used to teach myself and ask the Holy Spirit, you knows everything. God, you are the one who created the first ark, the first ship on the world. Teach me what is this thing. Maritime is all about ship. Maritime, the international trade where we move goods from one country to another using sea transport, using ships. So I was thrown in the deep end, but God being on my side and the prayerful woman, I used to download things from God and I was able to teach students. Today, I'm a lecturer, I'm a researcher, I'm a maritime economics author. I am a pioneer of maritime education in South Africa. If you can go around, there are some schools who are offering maritime economics. Go and ask who came with this maritime economics. I introduced maritime economics in school. Not that alone, I even author books, maritime economics textbooks. Remember, from something that I was not aware of, the power in women. As women, we are powerful. Don't look down upon yourself. We can do things amazingly. And this industry I'm going to talk about, maritime industry, is not transformed at all. Is male dominated and it is not easily accessed. But I've pushed myself forward. I pray and pushed myself. Look where I am today. This year I'm doing my final year in a doctorate PhD in maritime education. Can you imagine? Can you imagine graduating as a doctor of philosophy in maritime education, something that I didn't even learn about? I taught myself with the help of the Holy Spirit. So women, stand up, be counted, pursue your dream, be relevant, pursue your dream. Don't limit yourself. We are a powerhouse. We are resource people. So maritime industry is more about the trade, international trade, where we trade with other countries. Maybe have you ever asked yourself, when you go to Pick and Pay, Checkers, wherever you push that trolley, you take all the goodies and put in your trolley. Have you ever asked yourself where all these things comes from? It doesn't come from your country. It comes all over. It came with a sea transport using container shipping. So there are a lot of careers in this industry. Unfortunately, our people, they're not aware of this. I don't know even why our government is not talking about maritime, because 80% of our economy comes from maritime. Those ships who are loading containers, they come with all the goodies and pack them and offload them in all our ports. We've got 8 ports in South Africa: Port of Durban, Port of Richards Bay, Kruger, Port Elizabeth, East London, Cape Town, and Saldanha Bay. All these ports, they receive from other countries, import and export. So where the ladies, where are the females? Nowhere to be found. This industry is male dominated. So this is a challenge to you. Because of time, I can see this lady is drawing near to me. We need more time, guys. The organizers of this, please organize another day or maybe 2 days or a weekend. We need to sit down and talk, because I think most of you, we need to ask questions. I can't talk everything that I've prepared. I've prepared presentation, but because of time constraint, I cannot even tell you a single opportunity that is there. There is a lot of opportunities in this maritime industry. You can be a maritime teacher, you can be a maritime lawyer, you can be an officer and a captain, you drive the ship, you can be a port operator, you can work in the port, you can be anything, you can be a maritime specialist, you can be a maritime engineer, you can be, there's a lot, maritime surveyor. There's a lot of opportunities that female does not aware of, because of this industry is male dominated. As I'm closing, there's also ship logistics, those who are doing supply chain, you can divert into maritime. And also there are cruise liners, there are passenger ship, whereby you can go and be a nurse or a doctor in those passenger ship. You can be, you come and do the massage over those ships who are, there are people who are traveling all over the world with the cruise liners, going to Mauritius, all over the world. You can go there and do people massage and do hospitality. There is a lot with people. It's not about driving the ship only. You cannot, anything, there is a lot of opportunities there. There is a lot of career opportunities inside the maritime industry. So in the maritime research as well, maritime lecturing, and also curriculum development. And I think previous speakers did talk about the content, because it's high time, guys, to transform our education. Our content, our curriculum need to be transformed. We need to specialize in those skills who are in demand. It's high time that we follow the supply and demand. We shift our focus. We need to transform even our mindset, because the main problem is not about maybe the poverty and whatsoever, or the skills gap. It is about the mindset of people. They still look down upon women. They say, okay, this thing, women cannot go there. Women cannot go there. But if we are together, hold hands together, and we are united, we can achieve more good people. As I conclude, pursue your dream, women. Be relevant. Be relevant. Stand up and be accounted. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Masugu. A round of applause. Siyabonga kakhulu. Can we, just to wrap up, we have a final speaker in session 3, Ms. Mhlongo Mutsime, a young activist as well as a DDP associate facilitator. A round of applause to you, Ms. Mutsime, as your 5 minutes.
5
starts
minutes.
now.
Good afternoon, everybody. As Mbali mentioned, my name is Mhlongo Mutsime. Mine is a testimonial of what investing in a girl child looks like and in their education. I think that the most beautiful thing I find about the family that I come from is that it really, really, really pushed education, because a lot of people don't have the privilege of coming from such families. And when we don't have that privilege, then some people think that when you speak of privilege, you're speaking of money, no, I'm speaking of women. My family is very matriarchal. I'm speaking of women who would tell you that you do not live in my house unless you finish matric. And then when you're done with the matric, it's you're not going to stay in my house unless you're done with your degree, and so on and so on. So like I said, I'm trying to be fast. The pressure. Like I said, I come from a privileged background concerning the empowerment of a girl child. Um, I'm a granddaughter of Umamane Jali, who was one of the first Black women on radio, Exoxing Ngwane on Radio Bantu. And she was one of the first Black women to be emancipated, who emancipated herself um, from her family to own the land rights because she was Umafungash. And at the time, it was not allowed because she was a woman. So that gave birth to a woman who was also one of the first few social workers who worked in child welfare, one of the first Black social workers in child welfare, who are both alumni of Inanda Seminary. Shine, Inanda girls, if you're in the room. So the reason I'm using my own educational background as a means to prove how much power equal access to education and opportunity has in changing one's trajectory and how we invest in the girl child, how that can break generational curses and create legacies that we pride ourselves with from our homes to the world. The first time I personally sat next to a male body was at the University of Cape Town. I was lucky enough to be in a girls' school from grade R all the way to matric. Um, and I think that the most beautiful thing, especially I went to Gordon Road Girls' School, then I went to Inanda Seminary, where I felt so empowered. And this is where my activism began with women and children and education. Um, we need to, when we look at education, I think that the first thing that when we look at taking the girl child to school is what are the barriers that we find ourselves in? Like, what are the discriminatory laws that are there that make it hard for the girl child to go to school? We also need to invest in our education, campaigns where we promote gender equality, and we work with women and girls who and advocate their rights. We also need to promote gender equality in schools to ensure that both boys and girls have equal access to education. Although I'm biased, as I said, the first time I sat next to a boy in school was in university. I do believe 80% of my confidence comes from being in a girls only school. Um, and then also holding teachers account because we don't think of things like your periods on your skirt. You don't think of who this boy likes. You're there, you're focusing on sisterhood, you're focusing on your schoolwork, and you're focusing on empowering yourself. So I think that's a point I just needed to, yeah. The pandemic in schools at the moment is where teenage girls are being affected by the issues of early pregnancies. And we saw it at our school where we could see that one day there's a girl who is in uniform, the next thing she just got a bit bigger, next thing she's gone. Education done. The father of the child, mind you, is probably still in school, is able to still get their degree, while the mother of the child, her life, her educational career stopped the moment she found out she was pregnant. So early teenage pregnancies are the reasons why for I think last year I think they're the reason for the highest learner dropouts. Like as I said, the boys impregnated, the young girls go with the girls continue their life and their schooling. We also need to focus, again, I'm using my own, it's almost like a testimonial, my own experience. We need to focus on female role models. At Inanda Seminary, our principals were female, our mentors were female, our school teachers were female. So it was, you could see what you wanted to be through the gender that you are, right? So if we appoint senior women teachers to motivate girls to enroll and stay in school, such as these beautiful ladies right here, we improve teaching and learning practices in turn. Also provide better data to inform other people may not be able to go to school. I live HS Davili, and I was saddened. I asked a girl when I was taking my son to school why she's not going to school, and she said that because there's no lunch money. But she said it in a way that it was like it was supposed to be obvious to me. So we need to also provide daughters and spaces in our municipality where children who cannot afford to actually go to school can access libraries and spaces of learning and data. We know our issue with data in South Africa. We have one of the most expensive data tariffs in South Africa, which make it a lot more difficult for young women to access information and understand what they want to become when they go into higher institutions, higher learning institutions. Building socio-emotional skills, again, in under seminary, where you help girls acquire the knowledge and the skills to compete in the labor market, as well as self-management, communication, negotiation, and critical thinking skills. We never had to compete with each other because we felt like we all had a place. I feel like, and through that, a sisterhood was formed. Through that, we were able to teach each other and better assist each other. Like the program director today is a Nanda Seminary alumni. And according to the UN, women and girl scholars represent half of the world's population, and therefore that means that's half of the world's potential. Gender inequality persists everywhere and stagnant in social progress. But on average, women in the labor market still earn 23% less than men globally, and women spend about 3 times as many hours in unpaid domestic and care work as men. And the reason for that is because we're not exposed to things such as maritime economy and all of that, or construction, things like that, because we're now stuck, we're domesticated, it's fine. If I don't have a university degree, I'm gonna go work at another woman's place who will also abuse you. Let's be kind to each other, ladies. Let's be kind to each other. I think it's very important. When you see another woman in a space that you could have been in yourself, be kind to them and give them a platform where they can rise from that situation. Just to close, it says that, again, from the UN, at the current rate, this is ridiculous. It will take an estimated 300 years to end child marriage, 286 years to close gaps in legal protection and remove discriminatory laws, 140 years for women to be represented equally in positions of power and leadership in the workplace, and 47 years to achieve equal representation in national parliaments. I say, if you educate the girl child and invest in a future and sense of self, the same way in under seminary did for me, it can take 30 years instead of the estimated 300 years to end child marriage. It can take 28 years instead of 286 years to close gaps in legal protection and remove discriminatory laws. It can take 14 years instead of 140 years for women to be represented equally in positions of power and leadership in the workplace, and a decade instead of the 47 years to achieve equal representation in national parliaments. We are capable at getting the job done, especially if we equip the girl child with confidence at an early age through our education system. Also, in my biased opinion, take your girl child to a girls' school. Thank you.
A round of applause to Ms. Mutime. Thank you so much, Ms. Mutime. As we wrap up session 3, more about education, it is important that we look for education outside the education system, where we talk about the civic education, where women will understand what it takes to lead in your community and also contest, councilorships and all the spaces of leadership. So education should then exist outside the basic education and the universities, so that we are equipped to challenge our male counterparts. Ngoba siyabazi ukuthi banjani. Can you please give a round of applause to this session as it ends? But please remain seated, ladies. Now we are going to session number 4, Sasibambe impela isikhathi, which is about advancing women and girls' rights. We're going to be having Miss A Mhlongo to give us her perspective as a legal practitioner from Legal Aid South Africa. Can you please give her a round of applause? Over to you, Ms. Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Mam Kize. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As mentioned, my name is Atengosi Mhlongo. I'm a legal practitioner with Legal Aid South Africa based in the Durban office. I'm quite honored to be speaking to such an audience this afternoon, strong women which are in this room, who are the cornerstones of our communities and our country at large. And they've done a lot and strived a lot for us to get to where we are today. In commemoration of International Women's Day, wherein we celebrate the achievements and successes we have had globally as women in all spheres of life, such as social, economical, cultural, political, and in the legal framework, which is the main focus that I'm before you this afternoon. We will explore areas critical for the advancement of women's rights and children's rights, or particularly the girl child in South Africa. As a starting point, one would need to refer to our constitution, particularly our preamble. It's a very important opening, and it demonstrates a nation's commitment to a set of principles reflecting the injustices of the past and paving a way for the norms and values for our future. In trying to achieve this main objective, our legislature has enacted various legislations in order to advance the rights of women and children in our country. And in the laws that are put in place in this aspect are there to protect the children, they are there to protect the women in our society or in our country. I'll just mention a few. For start, I'll mention the Domestic Violence Act, which usually works in the setting of a home or where you have close relations with that person in which you live in the same place. People who have experienced abuse or women who have experienced abuse and children who have experienced abuse can approach our courts in order to apply for protection against any type of abuse which is defined by the Domestic Violence Act. Further, there is the Protection from Harassment Act, which was enacted to extend from the Domestic Violence Act, where you do not share close relation with that particular person. Could be a neighbor, someone in the community, or in the workplace as well. It is also applicable there when you are experiencing any form of harassment from a colleague, then you are more than welcome to approach the courts to obtain protection using this act. Thirdly, it is the Employment Equity Act, which is mostly used in the workplace, and it has advanced a lot of women in the working sphere as well. And fourthly, the promotion of equality and prevention of unfair discrimination. This one goes hand in hand with the Employment Equity Act and also extends to society at large, wherein if you have experienced, for example, a hate speech, you can approach the Equality Court in order to have that issue adjudicated. The equality courts are situated throughout South Africa. They are in our magistrates' courts. So it's easily accessible. You can simply go there, ask the clerks, they will be able to direct you to the correct person who deals with that particular court. Acts like the Matrimonial Property Act, which govern the property regimes in marriages if a person is married. The Children's Act, which assists children a lot, and it established also the Children's Court, which is in every magistrate's court as well. And if an issue involves a child, you simply approach that court. They'll be able to refer you to the correct procedure in the act in order for you to have your situation resolved. And alternatively, if that matter cannot be resolved in the magistrate's court, they can assist you and refer you to the High Court. If, for instance, it requires matters of guardianship, then it will be done by the High Court as the guardian of all minors. More recently, there has been a bill basically signed in May 2024, the National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Bill, to ensure the safety and protection of women and children from abuse and violence. In doing this, legislature has established organizations such as ours to give effect to the rights in the Bill of Rights and to the legislation that is there to assist women and children. So our organizations are built up in a way that we now need to ensure that these rights are realized for all women and children across the board. So if anyone is at miss, they can go straight to our offices. We will advise them correctly on procedures to follow, procedures to be done, the correct forums that one can approach in order for them to be able to realize their rights. Some of them are lacking in knowledge because they do not know, firstly, from the ground level, that there are institutions that are available at their disposal that they can use for free without having to pay anyone. And or in order for them to be able to get to a court of law and have their rights protected. So we are there and established for that reason, so that everyone can be equally represented before the law and that justice is served for all. I'm coming to a close. There are various legal services that are offered by the courts, and we, as these organizations such as Legal Aid, we assist clients by providing legal representation. Both they are different forums and courts. I'll just mention a few: the family court, which consists of the children's courts, the maintenance courts, the domestic violence court, the harassment court. We also assist in the high court in respect of children matters, where I've made an example already, where the issue involves guardianship, then it will be referred to the high court. We are usually asked to intervene in such matters where there's abuse against children, more especially the children's court will specifically send out a notice to our officers to represent the child in those situations. The equality court, we are also there to assist clients in there. It's the labor courts, and then it's the magistrate courts, both in the regional and in the district offices. Just in closing, our legislature has come a long way to try and correct the ills of the past in our societies in combating GBV and abuse in general against women and children. And such gatherings as the one that we are here in today are a positive indicator of where we are going as a country, and that we will improve and do more for our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Ms. Mhlongo. Siyabonga kakhulu. Can you please welcome Ms. Sandega Magwenyane as she comes to the stage? She's a legal practitioner from the South African Commission for Human Rights. A round of applause for Ms. Sandega Magwenyane. Your 5 minutes will start now.
Ngiyabonga makhabazela kuthiwa wena ukhanya amaseswini. Sicela ukuwabona lamasi. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Angeke ngisabingelela nami. Kuthiwe sithi nje all protocol observed. We're noting all the phenomenal women that are here, and we acknowledge you all. My name is Thandeka Magwenyane. I am from the Human Rights Commission. Now, I am a legal practitioner as well, and Ms. Mhlongo has taken all the legal frameworks that I have prepared to share with the House today. But nonetheless, that is giving me time to speak about who we are and what we do as the Human Rights Commission. Thank you. Okay, so briefly, the Human Rights Commission is a Chapter 9 institution that was established to support constitutional democracy. It is independent and subject only to the law and the Constitution. We perform our duties impartial, and we exercise our powers without fear, favor, and prejudice. The mandate of the Commission is to promote respect for and a culture of human rights. We promote the protection, development, and attainment of human rights. We monitor and assess the observance of human rights in the Republic. The powers that we have as the Human Rights Commission is derived from the Constitution. We investigate and report on the observance of human rights. We take steps to secure appropriate steps to provide redress where rights have been violated. we carry out research, and we educate. And this is done through 3 programs that we have as the Human Rights Commission, which is the promotion unit, the protection unit, and the monitoring unit. So I come from the protection unit where we investigate the threats or violation of human rights. So we do this by providing legal advisory services where we receive complaints via phone calls, written, walk-ins, and our services are free. Each provincial office has, each province has a provincial office where we can be accessed. And here in KZN, the office is in Durban. And all the other provinces have each one provincial office to service the needs and attend to the complaints that relates to violation of human rights in those regions. So coming to the key issues that when we deal with complaints and day-to-day consultation and interaction with our clients, which is the general public of our province, it has been mentioned by mostly all our speakers, my fellow panelists, the unemployment rate, the issues of gender-based violence and femicide, the prevalence of teenage pregnancy, which results greatly on school dropouts, the issues of economic inequality, the challenges on child-headed households and families headed by single parents, the issues relating to violation emanating from culture and religion, racial discrimination, the violation of rights or threats that emanate from complaints relating to climate change and the natural disasters as we are seeing and experiencing currently in our province and the entire country. The plight of women in farming communities who are refused access sometimes to services, and the impact on those women and girls living in farming communities that they face on a daily. Instances where girl children have to work in farms instead of their parents when they are not well, just so they make sure that they don't lose the wage for that particular day or days until their parent, a woman parent, is fit to go back to work. So that is also contributing a lot into school dropouts. Sorry, that contributes a lot to school dropouts and girl children missing out on receiving access to education, which is more important in empowering a girl child and women of our society. The issues relating to early or forced marriages, those mainly are the complaints that we would receive relating to women and girl children. We believe that women should have a voice. They're now moving to really the issues and advancing women and girls' rights. Women should have a voice and freedom to choose. Women should have access to education as well as girls, because if you educate them, you are creating a society where it will have women who are independent, who are empowered with knowledge, who are empowered with skills to develop themselves and to carry out their legacy and not be dependent on men, to be self-sufficient and self-supportive. Women should have a right to work and should have same equal rights as men by bridging the wage gap and ensure representation. So if I can move quickly into the legal frameworks. Yes, I have the Constitution as our main statute that we have in the country, which guarantees the right to equality and right to human dignity, the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, the Employment Equity Act. Ms. Mhlongo took it all from me, the Domestic Violence Act and its amendments. We also have national strategic plans and campaigns, which is government side, and it has all its pillars, which I believe somewhere it's being monitored and implemented to ensure that all these pillars are followed to advance women and girls' rights. So the legal services that we provide, like I've said, they are free. We don't pay a cent. We are located here in Durban, and now you're giving me permission. So one of our just this ones, the services that we have, we create awareness by going through all the provinces and capacitate people on human rights and train champions of human rights so that they can speak and educate and empower people in their own societies. They are human rights defenders and champions. That is a program that we have as a commission to capacitate the societies, especially women and girls. And we monitor the facilities that houses women, children, and other vulnerable groups to report on the observance of such facility at a more strategic level where policy is influenced. Thank you so much. This is who we are as the commission, and our services are free, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandra Magonyane. Can you please give our panelists a round of applause? As we are concluding with session 4, it is important that we advocate to strengthen intergovernmental relations, especially with the 3 departments, which include the South African Police Services, Justice and Correctional Service. Because one of the reasons why we are having these issues is because there's a lack of implementation somewhere there. And serving as the chairperson of INANDA Youth Crime Prevention Desk, there's a lot happening in our area, and we've seen, a lot in the news and many more. So rape is the biggest issue in INANDA and other areas in eThekwini, Umlazi, Mashweni, Ntuzuma. So it's important that we lobby for such legal frameworks and policies so that abantu besifazane bangaqhubeki bahlukumezeke. Siyabonga kakhulu to our panel. Can I please invite Ms. Honorable Madlopha Ustalo to come forward and present the gifting ceremony? A round of applause again for all of you. After the gifting ceremony, we just give each other 10 minutes to discuss in our tables, especially the key takeaways from these sessions that we had today, and also just to allude on the call of action. What do we need to do moving forward to make sure that abantu besifazane bayaqhubeka balekeleleka? Sicela Honorable Madlopha to come forward as we present the gifting ceremony to our panel of speakers.
Colleagues, let's give a big round of applause to our esteemed panelists. Thank you so much for sharing with us, and we are talking practical things. I think even the suggestion that we are saying that sometimes maybe in future we must not have a lot of panelists, so that the subjects that we are discussing, has an has effect. Like the marine, it's something that really interesting is for the sea, man. What does it have to do with us? So today, you practicalize it. You make it something that is easy, that you can just do before even you go and learn about it the way you were giving it. So we really appreciate the good work that you are doing, colleagues. We're talking with my colleagues there, my partners, to say maybe we need to take 3 or 5, so that what they are presenting before us, we have time to discuss it, not when we are rushing like this, because it doesn't make an impact that we are expecting as this, I nearly say panel. This is a panel, these ladies and gentlemen that are here. Thank you very much. Keep up the good work. You are our partners. Even yourself, call us if there are things that you think as Multiparty Women's Caucus, we are having an open door policy to say that if you have things that you want to share with the women, we can mobilize for you and explain. We're thinking about the young women on the issue of the marine that you were talking with us, to say maybe we must have, and the chairperson was talking about each one teach one. That's what we were saying when we were still young, you know, in the students, politics. Each one teach one. So now, because we are here, you are having this, we have to encourage our young girls to take that particular sector so that they understand what what they must do. Because everybody wants to be teacher as we started, you know, want to be teacher or nurse. But the other sectors, we run away from them because we think it's difficult. And you know, we're very much impressed about your presentation, all of you. We will invite you one by one. Also, you will come because the things that we are saying, some of us have got challenges on the things that we are saying we are dealing with. We will get advices as women to say, if you have got that problem, human rights, what is happening? If you want to be represented as a woman who don't have money, what we must do. So thank you very much, guys, or colleagues, for this wonderful work. Thank you.
A round of applause. Deputy Chief Whip. Ms. Weliswa, please come forward. A round of applause for Ms. Weliswa as she comes through. A round of applause. Spanangile. Dr. Paul. A round of applause for Ms. Masugu. Siyabonga. A round of applause for Ms. Masugu. A round of applause for the councillor from eThekwini. A round of applause for Ms. Mtsime. Siyabonga. What I do? A round of applause for Ms. Naida as she comes to the front. Ms. Mhlongo. A round of applause for Ms. Mhlongo. Honorable Makoni, Julie. A round of applause for Honorable Makoni as she comes to the front, as well as Ms. Sandela. Yes. The present, please. Can we have our former chair come to the front? The former chair, Miss Ntuli. Our former chair, can you give a round of applause for laying the foundation in the work of the Women's Caucus in the province of KwaZulu-Natal? Can you give a round of applause for the work that she has done in the past? And we are continuing to yield the fruits of your work. Another round of applause as we wait for her presence. Can you have Umfundisi wethu? Dr. Jones, come to the front. Sibapha izandla, bebahle phambi kwethu. Siyabonga kakhulu Sithando. Siyabonga. We are just going to give you 10 minutes to discuss on your groups. Yes, and then we'll have a group photo afterwards. Izandla enkulu kwipanel yethu beseza ngaphambili. Siyabonga kakhulu. We're just going to give each other 10 minutes maximum to have our discussion, and then we're just going to take 3 hands from the floor to just give your key takeaways and, of course, the call to action. Just 10 minutes, will be by 22, then we'll conclude with this session. Ushaye nje u2 says ham. You must remember that in our group discussions, we prioritize listening, reflecting, inquiring before we speak, and we give other people a chance to speak in our groups. Siyabonga. Yeah. So please write your thoughts on the small cardboard cards that you've received from my colleagues, so that Sizwe Kepcharisha is part of our report. So you can write your thoughts here, and then you can leave them in your table. We'll collect them after the program. So we'll just randomly pick 3 people from different tables to give us their key takeaways for the day. Siyabonga. have a minute left to wrap up your discussion. Please don't forget to write your thoughts and key takeaways in the cardboards, the colored cardboards that you received. Then we'll collect them after this session. We have a minute left. After the session. Who's gonna give me the name and surname so I can introduce them? Unless Honorable Madlopha, we're just gonna have 4 hands and then go to that session straight up. Because we have 15 minutes left. Okay. Your time is up. Your time is up. Don't mind our colleagues, they are setting up for a group photo after this. So do not mind. Ladies, honorable members, distinguished guests, your time is up. Please continue to write your thoughts and key takeaways in the colored cardboard papers, and then we'll collect it afterwards. Can I just have 3 people from the groups, just 3 or 4 hands? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Just you can come to the mic and then give your inputs. Just 4 hands, and then give us your key takeaways. So Sis Joyce, so Pelelu 4. So Pelelu 4, Sis Joyce. Siyaxolisa. Ladies, distinguished guests, can you please listen to our honorable member as she is about to give her key takeaways and maybe just a call to action. Over to you, Honorable Gamete.
Our group, greetings to all honorable members and our partners. Our group discussion, the first thing that we looked at was to embrace challenges. That is what we've learned, that we need to embrace the challenges. The other thing that we have found is
Sorry, Honorable, can you allow Honorable Gamete to give her input and give her an ear? Honorable, over to you.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, I've said, taken from the maritime, that is where we have came up with embracing challenges. And then the second thing that we came up with is to institutionalize Ubuntu. In our constitution, we don't have anything about Ubuntu. And Ubuntu comes as one of the things that are very, very important. That is a builder. One of the things that we have discussed is that with Ubuntu, the Ubuntu is all about the self-reliance, taking full responsibility for oneself, and continuous self-improvement. So that's one we think as a group is very important. And the other part is to know the law, that we need to know the law and we need to know our rights. The reason why we have to know our rights is because it is in order to help others. You know, if we know our rights, we can implement in our communities. If I know my rights, I can be able to help a woman. I will just, before I sit down, I will say, in my constituency, this is what has happened. An old lady was beaten by a pit bull. And because she didn't know what to do, she was like bending towards the owner who is saying, we are not going to remove the dog because there is no law that say I must remove my dog. And it was fighting not to give the old woman her right in terms of taking her to the clinic or anywhere else. And one of the things when I came to check, I found that that old woman has diabetes. That old woman, you know, the wound, the dog wound and diabetes and the hypertension, she's old, she's a pensioner. And then she's just sitting at home. She doesn't know how to be helped. But, you know, when our secretary was giving us that point of we must know the law, to me, it just came, you know, to say, yes, we need to know the law. We need to know how we implement the law. Thank you so much.
Honorable Gamete Siyabonga. Then I'll give to Dr. Ngidi to come to the front. Oh, I'm going to give you 2 minutes. The other ladies, please come closer so that we manage our time before we do our voting. Thanks.
Thank you. Giving all honor and praise for those women who have been here before us. Giving all honor and praise for the women who are here amongst us. And giving all honor and praise for the women who will come from us. So the reflection from us comes from our speaker, Honorable Speaker Boyce. How can we consolidate unity on agenda of progress? Do women in this room really understand what is the agenda of progress for women in the country at this moment? Can we give some more narrative and language to that? And so relevant leadership was also mentioned, but who is monitoring, evaluating, and reporting on the state of women leaders today? When was the last time we had a leadership conference just for women? And when was the last time we had women really questioning those who are sitting in parliament, are you really following our agenda? Or you've become selfish like the other gender and following your own? So we need that kind of a discussion. And then the call for action, because I see Mama Kunene is here, and she loves to say this. The call to action is accountable, responsive, caring leadership now. Accountable, responsive, caring leadership now. And in my vision, my dear Manaidu, because you know I always have to pick the apple. My vision from this would be a workshop with every member of the Women Caucus, with women-led organizations. Women-led organizations that will tell you their vision, that will explain to you their organization, because unfortunately, the women's organizations have somehow lost their stamina. Because if you're not close to a political party, you don't get inside. That is the known knowledge in this province. So how do we allow ourselves to be aligned to other organizations that are out there, that are not known, but are doing impactful work, so they can do a day of awareness, so that you can also build your momentum as parliamentarians, not just going with the usual. So call to action, accountable, responsible, caring leadership now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ngidi. Sis Nolizi, can we have our last speaker come to the front? Ebo, you have your 2 minutes.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Nolizwi Potwana. I am a social worker, unemployed social worker who decided to start an organization for other social workers based at Inanda. I'm also a founder of a women's forum and also a chairperson for a South Region women's sector. What stood out for us today is that what I realized is that when the speaker was speaking today, they mentioned a gap where they said that something like education is not enough. So everyone was saying something like, I had to do something else in order to upskill myself. So I saw a gap while I was sitting down. Imagine that I also come up with a program. Thank you for this session. So what we discovered is that with that gap in schools, learners need mentorship. They need the skill development training where they will be taught what are the skills, what are other skills they can get. Not everyone will be successful through education, through finishing matric. Remember that we have a high rate of children who finish even university, but they're not employed, just like me. So it's very important for us to do that. It's either we advocate for mentors or for teachers to put this a curriculum as one of their subjects in schools where they can learn practical skills as well, especially in schools, local schools. I know that with schools, private schools, they are skills because they offer they have many resources. Another thing was access to industries. Ushilo balungile ukuthi naye waze waqala into ebizwa ngokuthi i-maritime. So with that as well, we're just hoping ukuthi with that, we need to take these children and put them in the places like this so that they will get exposure and then bakwazi ukukhula lapho. Enye into ayishilo yokugcina i-fear. They mentioned fear as well. That Black people, most of them, they fear the change. They were taught that theory is enough. Therefore, they fear the change of practical things. They fear independence. They fear starting new things. Therefore, it's very important for us to build that gap and also continue supporting them. Our organization is SWET, SWETS. If you're willing to support us with our forum as well, with our organization of social workers rendering these services in schools and community, we'll appreciate that. Thank you.
I'll end with you, Councillor Mackenzie. You have your 1 minute.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
Nolo as CBC here. In a seminary member also.
Shine.
Our group, we noted that a highlight from all the speakers that women are born leaders. And we are empowering that through various activities, as we have heard from our speakers. But we also noted that opportunities are there and structures are implemented. But unfortunately for young women, we don't know how to access these opportunities. It's so difficult for a girl child. How are you going to penetrate through the system? So as Ms. Masuga has also indicated that time constraint limited her for us to hear more from what she had to say. So we would appreciate in the future if opportunities can be displayed and ways of achieving or reaching those opportunities can be clarified for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Shine, Inanda, shine. Miss Councillor Mackenzie, you have your minutes. You know how dangerous it is to give a politician a mic. Over to you, Councillor Mackenzie.
I think it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm speaking on behalf of the eThekwini councillors and the women in general in our city. Women support each other. Supporting each other is important. Women are born leaders. This is what we've taken away from this program or this event. How climate changes impact women. Implementation is key to fight the challenges. We need skills development at a very early age. We need to value and embrace our independence. Multi-party approach is important because we are diverse, irrespective of our political affiliation. Every woman's voice matters. GBV does not have any political affiliation, culture, or religion. Health is very important. Disseminating systematic barriers is also important. We need to reflect on the importance and focus on the goal that we aim to achieve, which is to win the fights against GBV, and our call to action, working in unity in order to deliver, and at a local level to introduce the multi-party caucus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mackenzie. Thank you, thank you. I'm just gonna allow Honorable Polly, who's the Deputy Chief Whip, to give us a vote of thanks for the day. Can you please give Honorable Polly a round of applause?
Thank you so much, Program Director, and I'd like to greet all these lovely ladies and the few gentlemen that are here in our presence today. Thank you so much. My task is really just to give a vote of thanks to the people who have organized this, and specifically I think I have to mention Dr. Paul and Dr. Rajab from Democracy Development Program, as well as the KZN Legislature, led by our chairperson of the Multiparty Women's Caucus. I don't call her Honorable Madlopha again. It's always going to be Clever Queen in my mind from now on. And also we cannot not mention the staff, the legislature led by Ms. Naidu, and her team always does seem to bring everything together. It seems seamlessly. So thank you so very much. I think, first of all, I must just say I'm completely blown away by the panelists that have spoken. And I do agree that you should all have been given a little bit more time because you all were fascinating. And I have certainly taken a lot of inspiration from all of your stories. So thank you so very much. I think also just kind of echo what a lot of the members who have been part of the program have given as their inputs and takeaways. I think we have to admit that as women, we are born leaders and we have leadership roles from a very young age, whether it's in our homes or whether it's in our places of work. So let's embrace that and take that forward and take ourselves seriously. But I'd like to just emphasize one point which we were discussing in our group. Women do need to stand up and support each other. We do say it, we give it lip service, but we need to see that change. So when we see a woman putting up her hand, let's get behind that woman and stand by them and make them successful. And I think, unfortunately, in politics, it's one of those cases where it's a dog eat dog, man eat man, whatever, woman eat woman. But in all seriousness, I think that is my big takeaway, and I'd like to appeal to all the women here to make that something that they will certainly put into practice. And finally, I think I just need to say a very special thank you to our chairperson for making sure that the Women's Caucus of the KZN Legislature is something that is going to bring meaningful change to the women of KZN. So thank you so much. And thank you all the lovely ladies for attending. Travel safe.
A round of applause. I'd like to invite Honorable Madlopha just to come and close, to give a closing remark as the chairperson of the Women's Caucus, and then we'll invite all the ladies to come to the front to take a group photo.
Colleagues, esteemed gathering, thank you very much for the contribution that you have. I think we're taking it. When we sit as a women's caucus, we will look at it and the recommendations like broadening the time, because to come and pray 5 minutes, come and pray 10 minutes, I don't think it's enough. Yes, we must, we'll continue to partner. We have your contacts as we invited you. I want to thank the staff. Manaitu, thank you very much. Thank you, my sister, for everything. And rely on you next time that we are not going to have hiccups of short notice and so on. Because when you talk, you said why it was not done on time. Thank you very much for that. And it shows also the passion you have with the Multiparty Women's Caucus and the women in general to change their lives for the better. Thank you very much. I think we agree, all of us, that we must raise our head and be counted to everything that is being done. Hey, Paul, Faith. Hey, I don't have enough words. That's why I'm talking like that. To show our appreciation as a legislature, to show our appreciation as Multiparty Women's Caucus, to the work we are doing for the women of this country, not of this country, for SADC, not for SADC, for the region. I think we'll be moving to the globe after we have covered our continent. So thank you very much. Besizocela-ke la amakhansela aseThekwini. Thank you so much. You were so kind to us as a legislature to request you to come on a last minute, and then you came. So don't look down upon that. I think the councillor there has said now, from now onwards, we are working together. Besizocela hleze uzoyenza i-announcement angazi noma kuzokwenziwa ukukhabazela ukuthi masuka la sibhekephi. Besicela ukuthatha i-group photo as a historic photo esiyohlala njalo remember sikhumbula ukuthi ngalesa sikhathi namakhosikazi ayehlangana ayiphusha i-agenda yokulingana kanye nama-rights noku-empowerishana siya phambili. This is our focus for today, and the climate change is in the center stage for all of us as women to discuss. We must take that home. It's very critical. Besicela-ke asazi ukuthi ubani ozosimisa kahle for a group photo, whether it's here.
We're going to be at the front, ladies. Honorable guests, please come to the front. Everyone is invited. Abanye, they will stand here. Abanye will stand down so that we can all fit. No, it's a historical photo, so we'll try as much as we can to fit in this photo. Please come. Abanye bazoma phezulu. The others will be at the front. We'll just give chairs. Yeah. Can you please have chairs, those 4 chairs, 5 chairs at the front? Ladies, honorable guests, please, everyone is invited to be part of the historic photo. Please come to the front. Everyone is invited. Abanye bagibele phezulu on the stage, others will be standing down, others will sit in the chairs. Like Honorable Madlopha was saying, it's a historical photo. For our honorable members, please, so they can sit at the front, the KZN Legislature. Can we have chairs for our honorable members from the KZN Legislature who are going to sit? Deputy Chief Whip, please come to the front. Now, Honorable Coley. Honorable Coley, please come to the front. She's there. This is, of course, a historical photo, so we're trying to make it work. We'll try. Honorable Coley. Manaidu. Honorable Coley, please sit here. Oh, the speak. Can you have another chair? We have another chair, the Angandamas of Veland. Which do you think we'll be able to capture the person who's going to sit here? Yeah. I hope it works. Yeah. Yeah, we've got space in the back. Please, the taller ladies, please. Abanye sicela bagibele lapha. Dr. Johnson, please sit. Sivele bakithi. Sasiyavela kodwa. Sivela kodwa lapha. Cheese. Gender equality. Gender equality.
Gender equality.
Women empowerment. Amandla. Awethu. Wathinta abafazi. Wathinta imbokodo. Uzokufa. Dr. Paul. Where's Dr. Paul? Dr. Paul, Doctor, you are not part of the photo. Yeah, please, yeah. You must be part of the picture. Doctor. They'll make space for you. Now they're gonna make space for you, Doctor. Now the photo is complete. Thank you. So our lunch will be downstairs on the ground floor. Amanda, my colleague, will give you tickets at the door. Thank you very much. I check. Thank you, my friend. Yeah.